Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back, and we got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. There was something yesterday that happened that I was unaware of, which was the PC gaming show. So we're definitely going to be watching that. We also have the live letter from Yoshi P for FF14, which I'm excited about, but we're not going to be watching the actual live letter itself. And the reason why is because, unfortunately, Yoshi P decides, well, I can't really say Yoshi P, I think it's actually Square Enix, but Square Enix decides every time they make a live letter that they're not going to do any sort of translation for it. So instead, what we're going to do is we're actually going to watch Xenos talk about the live letter and stuff, and he's usually really, really good. For those who don't know, Xenos is really big, into the rating for the FF14 community, and there are some takes that I disagree with him on, but most of the time, I don't really have a problem with him. He and Zeppela are typically the two that I go to for any FF14 news, so we're going to be watching that. And then we also have a new Elden Ring video. It is not Vati. I know that for whatever reason, and I never understood it, but for whatever reason, some people don't like Vati. But it's Smogtown. And there's a question that Smogtown asks. I have my opinions, but I'm open to seeing if maybe there's something that I missed, or if there is something in the way that they talk about what's happening in the game that may change my mind as to how I feel when it comes to the end of the game. And I think that's kind of important. So we got that stuff we got to go through. But first, how is everybody doing? How you all doing tonight? And we got a little bit of news. We only got 2 articles, so it's not too bad. And then we're gonna jump right into the shit. First article: big new Star Wars game could be at the Game Awards, and it's not Zero Company or Eclipse. I'm not surprised that it's neither one of those. According to a recent rumor, a new Star Wars game could be announced at the Game Awards this year, and it's not Star Wars Zero Company or Star Wars Eclipse. The rumor comes from Caracassus via post on XCancel, which has been shared in a post on Reddit by user TomorrowComes33. For now, there is no hint at which Star Wars game it is, only what it is not, and it is as much guarantee that it will appear at the Game Awards 2025 as it is that the rumor is actually true. Nevertheless, any sign that a new Star Wars title could be on the way is enough to stir the excitement of the franchise fans and get them anticipating what comes next. Maybe. With both Star Wars Zero Company and Eclipse out of the picture, per the rumor, that narrows down the announcement to a handful of titles that could do with some sort of announcement to get the hype train rolling. At the moment, those games are Respawn's third Star Wars Jedi installment, which I definitely would not say no to. I really like the Jedi trilogy. The Knights of the Old Republic remake, currently in development by Saber Interactive, and an untitled action-adventure game by Amy Hennig. Hang on. Amy Hennig. Okay, that's not who I thought it was, so that's good. For whatever reason, I thought Amy Hennig was the one who directed Acolyte, and I was like, oh no. Based on the timing of the upcoming Game Awards ceremony and the status of these titles, any one of them could receive an announcement. Furthermore, Curacasis, I don't know, stated that the announcement would happen very soon and made no mention of the Game Awards. However, there would be no better time or place for said announcement to be made, so it's expected to happen at the ceremony, should the rumor turn out to be true, which, by the way, we are looking at less than a week for the Game Awards. So, yeah. If the rumor that a new Star Wars game will be announced very soon does end up true, The most likely candidate is the third installment in the Star Wars Jedi series. It was confirmed to be in development during the Electronic Arts Investor Day presentation on September 17th, 2024. And enough time has passed since Star Wars Jedi Survivor that an early tease of the third entry won't be surprising. A short cinematic or a title reveal will be more than enough to at least announce a release window, especially since the series has become one of the most consistently successful Star Wars gaming projects in recent years. And I gotta say, if they keep up with the formula that they were using, this is going to go the Dark Souls route. And I know that sounds really stupid, but bear with me. So, Dark Souls 1, really, really great. Most people love it. The problem with Dark Souls 1 is that people love it just as much as they hate it. Because Dark Souls 1 brought us so many good things, and that was cool, and you had the interconnectivity of the entire world, and that was really cool. Unfortunately, the combat was kind of clunky, and there were some bosses in areas that really sucked dick. So you hated it just as much as you loved it. But that was what made it really, really special. That's for Jedi Fallen Order. Now, Jedi Survivor took that formula that they started out with, and they made things better. They tried a couple of new things, which may or may not have worked. It really depends on who you ask. But generally speaking, they went the Dark Souls 2 route. So the combat was a little less clunky. There were some systems that they tried that did work, some systems that they tried that didn't work. The level design was a little bit different, wasn't as interconnected, but at the same time, it did the job, and it is a Dark Souls game, and nobody can deny that. Same thing with Jedi Survivor, and I think in Jedi Survivor's case, they did better than Dark Souls 2. If we keep following this pattern, the latest Jedi game is going to be the best out of all of them in terms of systems, in terms of combat, in terms of world interconnectivity and interaction and storyline. So I think that'd actually be really cool. Another frontrunner for the rumored announcement is the Knights of the Old Republic remake. It's far from a secret now that development of the remake has been arduous, and updates have been scarce since its first reveal in 2021. As such, a formal re-reveal of the game is arguably in order, and a fresh trailer would immediately reignite hope that it is, in fact, actually happening as Saber says it is. Given how long the remake has been dormant, any confirmation that it is still moving forward as planned would qualify as a major announcement, which... okay, fair. I can understand that. I don't know. There's also an untitled action-adventure game from Amy Hennig's team at Skydance New Media that could receive an announcement at this year's Game Awards ceremony. So far, nothing has been shown for the game, and the projects like it that have long, quiet periods sometimes wait for high-profile shows like the Game Awards to reveal themselves. Because Hennig is widely regarded as one of the most respected creative directors and narrative designers in the gaming industry, her upcoming Star Wars game naturally carries a high level of anticipation that would suit a major announcement. Okay, I can agree with that. Of course, this is all pure speculation based on a rumor, so fans should temper their expectations. Rumors like this have been known to be false, especially when it comes to major Game Awards reveals. Even so, the thought a Star Wars game could be on the horizon is undoubtedly exciting for fans to consider. In all honesty, which one would you guys be excited for? I mean, would you like to see it be the third Jedi game? Would you like to see it be the Amy Hennig one? Would you like to see it be like something about the KOTOR remake? I'm kind of torn, personally, on the KOTOR remake, but I think that's also due to the fact that it's been through development hell, and we've had quite a few games over the last 6 or 7 years that have been through development hell and then came out and, let's be honest, kind of stunk. Initially, anyway. You know what I mean? So... yeah, I'm kind of iffy on that one. But, I mean, what do you guys think? I want a new Star Wars, but I also want to give them time to cook. Well, so here's the cool thing, right? So the way that the Game Awards typically works is what they do is they have like 3 different categories. So usually when it comes to games, they'll have like teasers that Jeff will talk about. And he'll go, guys, up next, we got ourselves a game that I know everybody's been waiting for, and we finally got ourselves an answer. Here it is. And then he says the name of the game, and then they don't give much of anything. It could just say coming soon, right? The other thing that he does, and the other thing that the Game Awards does typically, and is you have the world premiere. And he goes, 2 years ago, I'll just use Jedi Survivor, right? 2 years ago, or no, actually, like 5 years ago, the world was brought to a pleasant surprise by Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, where Cal Kestis became the new hero of the franchise. 2 years ago, its wildly successful sequel, Jedi Survivor, dropped. And now the audience has been waiting for a long time to find out what happens to Cal Kestis. We finally get to figure out where that's going. So here it is, the world premiere of Jedi 3. Whatever, right? The other thing that he'll do during the world premiere thing is he'll be like, I'm very excited to announce to you, or I'm very excited to bring to you this next world premiere. And then it cuts to insert game here, and the trailer will play, and then it'll say, out now. So, yeah. Thankfully, it doesn't necessarily mean that it'd be coming out like right now, which is really good, because it has to fit into one of those 3 categories, or I should say technically 2, because world premiere covers typically both, where it says like coming soon or out now. So at least there's that. And I agree with you, Alan, that I think they need time to cook. I really do feel that they need time to cook, because Star Wars needs a W. Like, they really, really do. I know I like Star Wars Outlaws, but that was after also all of the bug fixes and all the other issues that Ubisoft had with Star Wars Outlaws. So did it end up becoming a good game? Yes, but the release was a disaster. So I totally agree with you that they need time to cook, for sure. Battlefront 3, oh god. Okay, up next. And I think this is actually good news. Netflix is to buy Warner Brothers film and streaming businesses for $72 billion with a B. Netflix has agreed to buy the film and streaming businesses of Warner Brothers Discovery for $72 billion in a major Hollywood deal. The streaming giant emerged as the successful bidder for Warner Brothers, ahead of rivals Comcast and Paramount Skydance after a drawn-out battle. Personally, I think this is good. I like Paramount Skydance because that's where all the Star Trek stuff is. However, I do believe that competition is good for business and innovation. So I'm not hurt that Netflix won out. Warner Brothers owns franchises including Harry Potter and Game of Thrones and the streaming service HBO Max. Not only do they own HBO Max, but they own a lot of older stuff too. For instance, they own all the Batman stuff. They own all the Lethal Weapon stuff. They own a ton of different franchises that even as kids, like of the 90s, we grew up with, that maybe were probably somewhat kind of sort of not geared towards us, but we watched anyway. Tons of stuff like that. The takeover is set to create a new giant in the entertainment industry, but the deal will still have to be approved by competition authorities. Some in the film industry, including the Writers Guild of America, have criticized the deal, saying it would negatively impact workers and consumers. Netflix co-chief executive Ted Sarandos said the streamer was highly confident it would receive the regulatory approval it needs, and it was running full speed towards this. He said that by combining the library of Warner Brothers shows and movies with streaming platform series such as Stranger Things, GAG, we can give audiences more of what they love and help define the next century of storytelling. Warner Brothers has defined the last century of entertainment, and together we can define the next one, he said. Asked whether HBO should remain a separate streaming service, co-chief executive Greg Peters said Netflix believed the HBO brand was important for consumers, but added, "We think it's quite early to get into the specifics of how we're going to tailor this offering for consumers," i.e., we don't know. Netflix estimates it will find $2 billion to $3 billion in savings, mostly through eliminating overlaps in the support and technology areas of the businesses. Films made by Warner Brothers will continue to be launched in cinemas, it said, and Warner Brothers Television Studio will continue to be able to produce for third parties. Netflix will keep producing content exclusively for its own platform. Labeling it a big day for the companies, Mr. Sarandos acknowledged the acquisition may have surprised some shareholders, but it was a rare opportunity to set Netflix up for success for decades to come. David Zaslav, president and chief executive of Warner Brothers, added the agreement would combine two of the greatest storytelling companies in the world. By coming together with Netflix, we will ensure people everywhere will continue to enjoy the world's most resonant stories for generations to come, he said. The cash and stock deal is worth $27.75 per Warner Brothers share, with a total enterprise value, which includes the company's debts and the value of its shares, of about $82.7 billion. The equity value, or cash price, is $72 billion. Board of directors from each company unanimously approved the deal. Some in the film industry have criticized the agreement. The Writers Guild of America's East and West branches issued a joint statement on Friday saying this merger must be blocked. Quote, "The outcome would eliminate jobs, push down wages, worsen conditions for all entertainment workers, raise prices for consumers, and reduce the volume and diversity of content for all viewers," it said. You're torn on this whole thing? Okay. Why is that? Michael O'Leary, chief executive of the trade organization Cinema United, said the merger posed an unprecedented threat to the global cinema business. The negative impact of this acquisition will impact theaters from the biggest circuits to one-screen independents in small towns in the United States and around the world, he said. Netflix will complete the takeover after Warner Brothers finalizes its previously announced plans to separate its streaming and studios division from its global networks division into two companies next year. Its global networks division will become Discovery Global and will include its cable channels such as CNN and TNT Sports in the US, as well as its Discovery and free-to-air channels in Europe. However, TNT Sports International will stay with streaming and studios division being sold to Netflix. Interesting. Paolo Pescatore, founder and technology media and telecom analyst at PP Foresight, said the sale was a huge statement of intent and underlines Netflix aspirations to be a global leader in the new world order of streaming. But he warned that while the surprising move made sense for Warner Brothers, it could provide a headache for Netflix when trying to combine the companies given the size of the deal. While the agreed deal is for part of the Warner Brothers business, rival Paramount had tabled a bid to buy the whole company, including its cable networks, in October. Warner Brothers rejected this move before putting itself up for sale. Ahead of the announcement of the deal, Tom Harrington, head of TV at Enders Analysis, said it was hard to gauge whether the takeover would be approved by the regulators, but if it went through, it would have a massive impact on cinema. Were it to go through, it would reorient Hollywood, he said. Mr. Harrington said it was likely to be big reductions in television and film output from a newly merged company, which would lead to resistance to the move from parts of Hollywood and relevant unions. Okay, we're almost done. For consumers, Mr. Harrington said a merger was likely to lead to higher prices. Netflix would get more expensive, and even though HBO Max would be shuttered and become non-essential, the greater penetration of Netflix households would likely mean an increase in total overall subscription revenues. Danny Hewson, head of financial analysis at AJ Bell, said Netflix had offered an olive branch to Hollywood with the promise it would continue to release Warner Brothers films on the big screen. If this deal can clear those significant regulatory hurdles quickly, there are likely to be considerable cost savings to be made, she said. How much of those savings get passed on to streaming platform subscribers or whether Netflix will be seen to have too much pricing power is one of the areas that will face a huge amount of scrutiny in the coming months. I don't want them to become bigger and have the price hikes that go along with it, but I do like having it all in one place more. I mean, that's fair. The way that I look at it, and maybe it's not necessarily the right way, but this is the way that I look at it after I sneeze, maybe. Okay, there we go. Ow. Whew. The way that I look at it is this. I understand what people are talking about when it comes to the price hikes. Thank you, Aylin. And I don't necessarily agree with the price hikes. I don't want price hikes. Price hikes are bad. However, one thing that I will say is that Warner Brothers hasn't put out much good stuff in quite a long time, right? They have some of the biggest and the best IPs out there. Stuff that I reference all the time, stuff that isn't done by 20th Century Fox, which is now Disney, and so on, right? Not to mention, they have allowed a lot of blunders to happen on their watch, right? So the problem becomes, if you don't have something like this, with Netflix buying them out, you're going to get Paramount Skydance to buy them out. And I'll be honest, Paramount Skydance to me is iffy, not because of anything else other than Star Trek. Star Trek is in a really weird place. And on one hand, it's a good thing that supposedly Alex Kurtzman and all his idiots are out. But at the same time, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. So if we know that with Alex Kurtzman it's going to be hit or miss, at least that means that there are hits. We have no idea what Paramount Skydance is going to do with Star Trek. That's my worry for Paramount Skydance. At the same time, that also translates over to, well, what if Paramount Skydance owned Warner Brothers? Right? Warner Brothers has already been failing left and right over the last decade. So what's going to happen to Warner Brothers if Paramount Skydance owns them? Now, Netflix purchasing them, like you said, the price hikes are bad, and chances are there probably will be price hikes. You know, I mean, it's easy to expect, and it's probably more like a guarantee, especially when they buy a company for $72 billion, right? But at the same time, like you said, convenience is a huge thing. So you'll be able to watch Lethal Weapon. You'll be able to watch the old Batman movies. You'll be able to watch a lot of these things that the company has seemingly done nothing with for God knows how long. Or they've tried to turn into video games that just flat out bombed for God knows how long, right? Maybe Warner Brothers isn't... Well, we all know Warner Brothers isn't the company that it used to be, but maybe because it's not the company that it used to be, maybe it needs a new set of eyes. I don't want Warner Brothers to go away, and from what we understand, Warner Brothers is still going to be making movies, and that's great, but maybe they need a new set of eyes to helm the ship. So although I'm not the biggest fan of price hikes, which, like you said, are probably more often, or probably more likely than not going to happen, will we be able to see some of that stuff come back? Will we be able to see some of that stuff re-released? Will we be able to see it be released in 4K Blu-ray on a, beautiful, 4K transfer? Will we be able to go back and celebrate some of, movie and TV's greatest moments and stuff that Warner Brothers has seemingly just buried over the last 15 years? I think that's entirely possible. It starts to feel like cable more and more, too, when they're all on the same kind of platform. That I totally agree with, but here is... Let me put it this way. List of streaming services. So we've got, right now, we got Disney Plus, we got Hulu, we got Netflix, we got Amazon Prime Video, we got Apple TV, we got DirecTV Stream, we got Fubo, we got ESPN Plus, we got HBO Max, we got Paramount Plus, we got AMC Plus, we got Peacock, we got Apple Music, we got Crunchyroll, we got YouTube TV, we got Acorn TV, we got BritBox, we got Friendly TV, we got Hotstar, we got Philo, we got Showtime, we got Sling TV, we got Crackle, we got Funimation, and that's just to name a few, right? So I kind of feel like we're already in that cable era. Like the early days of cable era where it's like, if you want all of these, you're going to be spending like $200 a month, which is ridiculous. But I also come from a time where, and I'm not making this up, when I was younger, HBO, no bullshit, $25 a month on top of your cable bill. $25 a month on top of your cable bill. Then if you wanted, say, like Showtime would be another $15. So now you're already up to an extra $40 a month for only 2 channels when it comes to your cable bill just getting punched right in the fart box, right? Then, let's say, I mean, obviously it's not here because it's HBO Max now, but then you had Cinemax, and Cinemax could be another 15. So now we're up to 55 if you're like a really big movie buff, right? And they always used to be like, well, hey, the holiday season's coming around. Why not sit down and spend time around the TV with your family with Cinemax or Showtime or HBO, right? And it's one of those deals, right? So now you're paying like, you get this introductory price or maybe you get it for free for like a month. And then all of a sudden your bill goes up from, say, like $130 a month to $130 a month to $130 a month plus $55 to $60 before tax. So I feel like we're kind of already there, sadly. They're starting to merge then together more and more, yeah. Let's Skinamax, punch your family in the fart box. True. Who's getting punched in the fart box and why wasn't I invited? Because it's price. What we're talking about before we get into videos and stuff, Netflix is going to buy, pending approval from the committee, Netflix is actually going to be buying Warner Brothers out for $72 billion. So that's what we were talking about. When I was younger, we watched Mr. Motivator and Transformers Beast Wars, and that was all we got. Sit with your cereal and like it, they told me. Well, and again, it's different here in the States. So typically, if you had accessibility to HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, Stars, right? Every 6 months or so, what they would do is they would run promotional stuff. So let's say it's the middle of April, or no, sorry, let's say it's the middle of May, right? They'll start running things and running commercials through whoever your provider is for cable and say, hey, you can get HBO and you can get Showtime for free for 3 months if you re-up your, subscription with insert cable company here, right? Or for existing members, you get it, or they'll also say, and for existing members, you also get these two for, stuff like that. So, okay, cool. So what used to happen is all of a sudden, for 2 months straight, with literally nothing on your end that you've had to do, you get HBO and Showtime, or you get Stars and Cinemax, and you get it for free. And it's kind of like Christmas all over again, because now you can literally just watch movies all day. You don't know what's coming up next, but that's okay, because that's part of the fun, right? It could be Biodome. It could be My Cousin Vinny. It could be Lethal Weapon. It could be one of the Batman movies. It could be a Star Wars movie. We don't know. That was kind of the fun of it. And you got it for like 2, maybe 3 months. And then they'd try and cram it in your fart box by going, well, it's going to be like $55 on top of your current cable bill if you want to keep it. And most people will go, no. Fun while it lasted, but bye-bye. And then come Christmas time, they do the same promotion, and it'd go over into the next year. So if they start halfway through December, it may not stop until like halfway through March. And they do this every single year. That's how it works. Or that's how it used to work. I don't agree with monopolies, but I'm just hoping Netflix doesn't cheapen everything. K-pop Demon Hunters was encouraging as a direction, but and shitification. My dad used to watch back-to-back NCIS and CSI all day long with brief, blessed forays in Star Trek or Stargate. I'm so sick of forensics. Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is here in the States, this is how it used to work, right? The difference is that now they're trying to do something on a global scale, which is similar to what they used to do in the States. I don't know how it used to go in the UK, but that's how it used to be in the States. And they used to try and get you with going, oh, well, you want to keep it? Well, it's going to be an extra $60 a month on top of your already $130 fucking cable bill. That's stupid. But HBO, Cinemax, Stars, Showtime all realized they're losing people left and right. So then they started their own streaming platforms. You know what I mean? Crawls into chat, blindly makes her way to the ladder and climbs into the lurking rafters, missing a couple of rungs on the way up. Mumbles, hi folks. Sophia, how are you doing? It's good to see ya. I'm assuming Netflix will tier price off of this. Sleepy, I get you. I hear you on that one. But it is good to see you. We don't know. We know that chances are we're going to be looking at price hikes when it comes to Netflix once everything goes through. But we have no idea what that tiered price stuff will be. They did say, though, that Warner Brothers will continue to make movies for the theaters, which is really, really nice. So we're not going to be losing out on Warner Brothers releases in theaters. We're just not. But Netflix is really going to be saving like $2 to $3 billion annually just from the merger in technology gaps that they have, which will be really, really interesting. So it could work out, but think about it this way, and I know this is kind of me being hopeful. K-pop Demon Hunters was a smash hit. Everybody knows it. Like, I mean, literally, I think it's on its 18th or 19th week right now on the Billboard Top 100 with the hit Golden as number 1. That has literally never happened. Okay? So K-pop Demon Hunters was a massive, massive, massive hit. But Netflix has also had other massive, massive, massive hits. So if they're saving $2 to $3 billion a year, that could very well equate into better quality TV shows that they're going to be running on their platform, better quality movies that they're going to run on their platform, because now they've opened up that money to be used elsewhere. Not saying that price hikes won't happen. I can almost guarantee they will. However, who knows? We just kind of have to wait and see, sadly. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Any last minute things before
the PC gaming show Most Wanted will begin shortly.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for world premieres, exclusive interviews with developers, and more exciting announcements as we count down our list of the 25 most anticipated PC games.
This household watches K-drama religiously, so either way, we'll pay a hiked price, but I never watch anything like it all. No shows, movies, nothing. Fair.
Evolved. No conflicts, no illness, no cilantro. A utopia.
What do you mean no cilantro? First off, fuck you, lady. Cilantro's awesome.
Can apply their
I don't care.
What's it like on a ring world? Well, it's not all that it's cracked up to be.
What?
If there's a traffic jam, you have to drive all the way around the ring in the other direction.
Sir, that's not how ring worlds work.
And a few light years away, someone is building the exact same ring world again with Unreal Engine 5. And there's these flat ringers claiming that the ring is flat and not ring shaped. Just look up, you idiots. You can see the ring at all times.
Wow, this comedy is ouch. Oof. I don't think he realizes that a ring world is literally like, if you were to take a ring world and put it next to Earth, literally the width of the ring world would be that of Earth.
Incoming transmission from Commander Frankie's ship.
What now?
To arrive on time for the show, Commander Ward tried to use her ship's Alcubierre drive to fold Minkowski spacetime to achieve faster-than-light travel.
And?
The YouTube tutorial on how to do that was, quote, like 9 minutes long and I ain't watching all that, end quote. Instead, she has entered cryosleep for the voyage, which is what she calls blasting the air conditioning and taking a nap. New estimated time of arrival, the year 40,000.
I wish Frankie would get this figured out. And speaking of wishes,
that's
an expertly crafted segue.
That's awful. Let's just get to the main thing, shall we?
All-knowing council. Show Most Wanted.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, any word from Commander Frankie?
Her spacecraft is approaching at 200 times the speed of light. She will arrive on time, or collide with us, and obliterate this entire ring world and everyone on it.
That's not how the Alcubierre, whatever.
30 seconds. Please stand by for complete annihilation. Or the PC game.
It is. I think so.
Sponsored by Xbox Game Pass.
That's not how Alcubierre drives work, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So, just quick note, we got this, and then we also have the live letter that Xenosys is going to break down for FF14. And then after that, there is an Elden Ring video. I want to see if it possibly changes my mind with how I feel about the ending of the game, and there's a lot of lore and stuff like that, and we'll go through it. So that's what we're doing tonight. Video games, update on FF14, and lore dumps. Also, just quick thing. Is it me showing my age, or do I think it's really sad that I'm probably one of the only people who think Larry Niven, now that they're supposedly broadcasting from a ring world, and that everybody else is thinking Halo?
Computer, damage reports.
No damage.
Locate enemy ships.
No enemies.
Describe emergency.
No emergency.
The ones with all the steam back there.
I'm doing laundry. You go through a lot of jumpsuits.
I will say one thing so far, at least just in terms of production quality. I thought Larry Niven first, if it helps. I have Ringworld on my shelf. Nice. I will say one thing is in terms of production quality, and Sober and possibly Itzy, you'll also be able to back me up on this. The PC gaming show has finally reached the 1990s Red Dwarf level of filming, which is a huge step for them.
And the alarms?
That's just the ringtone you picked. Someone is calling the ship.
Greetings, Earthlings. You are now in orbit around the ring world of the All-Knowing Council, a cadre of interplanetary gaming luminaries whose expertise and influence has spread across the galaxy.
Was just thinking it looked like Red Dwarf. Yep.
Wisdom and Steam wish list may mankind comprehend PC Gamer's 25 most wanted games.
Midas, why are you talking like that?
Oh, I don't know, Frankie. It's just the vibe of the ring world. You know, it's all weird and futuristic here. There's flying cars, everyone wears robes all the time, nobody farts, ever. I guess I've just been here so long, I started acting like them.
You
Why-
got there 30 minutes ago for the pre-show.
Why would I want to live in a place where nobody farts?
I'm a fast learner. Anyway, I'm going to begin transferring the council data to your ship, containing the 25 most wanted PC games. Stand by to receive.
Data receiving. Thanks, Midas. Computer.
Please don't call me computer. I have a name.
Okay, spaceship with computer face. Remind me to reprogram you to have a name that wasn't decided by an online poll. Anyway, it's time for the PC gaming show Most Wanted.
Okay.
And this year, we're sponsored by our good friends over at Xbox Game Pass. And as always, every game you see on today's show can be found on PC Gamer's Steam page. Let's start the show with 3 galactic world premiere trailers.
There we go. I had to do the salute.
武士道それは己の均衡を保つこと
Ooh, what is this? Space Samurai? Chaos Manufacturing presents
私を打ち砕こうとした石は決意の刃を研ぎ澄ませたに過ぎない因縁の大事が叶う時この空赤く染まろう
It is Space Samurai. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yo, this looks good. I'm kind of all about this. I'm hoping it's a Souls-like. Soul Shogunate. Ooh. Wishlist and follow on Steam. Nice. I like it. I'm not mad at it. Me neither. Especially if they have more of that anime style music. Is this Factorio? This is like heavy Factorio. Which, by the way, I never played and never got into. It always looked interesting, but then I went, God, that would take so much fucking work, and I just don't have time for that at all. I can't tell you how many years, when he was still on the platform, how many years I watched Destiny bored out of his mind playing Factorio, not saying anything. And it burned me out on it.
Attention all drivers. This is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute to showtime. Those who are about to die, we salute you.
Armageddon? No shit. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I thought that being in a spaceship was cool, but after seeing a Carmageddon reboot is on the way, I really want to get back to Earth and get behind the wheel of a car. But first, my sacred duty as a Starship Commander, introducing a new segment. That's no dime a dozen Ringworld down there. It's the headquarters of the Galactic Council, a collective of developers, industry luminaries, and expert critics in full utopia mode. Everyone's in a toga, and they spend all day writing the worst poetry you've ever heard. But
yeah,
for the past year, they've been
absolutely,
crunching the
Courtney.
data on every game on the horizon using their powerful psychic brains and a bootleg copy of Excel.
Wait, hang on. You mean to tell me that the Ring World is full of video game devs and somehow no one farts? That's bullshit.
And they finally determined the 25 most exciting and anticipated upcoming games, known galaxy-wide as PC gaming's most wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
But we've got way more than just 25 games to transmit to you today. We've also beamed ourselves into some developer studios for in-depth interviews. Plus, we're docking with tons of new trailers for games on PC Gamer's very own wishlist. To help you keep track, head to pcgamer.com/wishlist, where you'll find every single game on today's show.
Number 25.
Oh, Reanimal. Okay.
Reanimal.
This isn't my cup of tea, but I can understand why people would be excited for it.
We have loved games like Limbo, we have loved games like Inside, and from the same creators as two other games that we love so much, Little Nightmares 1 and 2, we now have Reanimal, and I was lucky enough
Inside was really
to try
good.
out the demo. The whole booth was so scary that we got jump scared by the attendants that were there. It was so funny. But the game so far, first impressions, just absolutely incredible. The graphics are just head and shoulders anything that I've seen from this type of genre before. The lighting, the atmosphere. I love that I got to play it with a friend, and the fact that it's multiplayer is just such an added layer to the excitement of things like this and things that we know work, and we know we're in good hands. I just can't wait to see the full thing. I can't wait to see what they do with it, and I love that they've taken all of their creative geniuses and squeezed them together and brought us something different, and I just cannot wait to play it.
Good night. And good luck.
I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't feel really all that different from what we've seen. It doesn't feel all that different from Little Nightmares 1, 2, or 3, from my perspective. But again, I've never played any of them, so.
Miss the golden era of FPS games? Craving that classic shooter feel with a modern twist? Welcome to Rogue Point, a 4-player co-op FPS built for squads who crave replayability, mayhem, and one more run. Throw grenades with your friends, kick down doors with your friends, shoot armored up guys in pig masks with your friends.
This was a Half-Life mod, if I remember correctly.
Whether you're a tactical mastermind or a mess around and find out type of player, you'll fit right in. Stick cameras under doors. Smash windows. Press buttons. Rescue hostages. Revive your dead friends. Wear tight shorts. Blow stuff up. Plan your missions like a pro or just draw stupid pictures. There's this weird coughing guy who gives you loot boxes. Don't worry, they're free. And watch out for this weirdo. All made by Crowbar Collective. The indie.
Although I will say they absolutely did not nail it when it came to drawing pictures, because everybody knows if you give people the ability to draw pictures on a map, it's just going to be a map full of dicks.
Dev studio behind Black Mesa. Rogue Point.
The game is on. Let's see what this team can do.
Football management? Oh no.
And that's the kickoff. Knocking it about, looking for space. They're trying to find the rhythm as they build up.
Yeah, no, I'm not about this.
He's outpaced them. Yes, he's there! It's all too easy now. They're putting on a show.
Yeah, same. Totally same sober. I find this super creative, but sports aren't my jam. Yeah, it's... I'm not the biggest fan of deck builders, just in general. I like the idea. I'm sure that there was a lot of time and effort put into it, but deck building and sports ball are definitely not my things.
You awaken. You, the memory they could not erase. You tread long-forgotten paths.
Interesting.
Echoes remain, the linger of faded voices.
What are you?
Walls remember what you lost. And what
Platformer.
lies ahead. In the dark, engines breathe.
Magic the Gathering game had a deep hold on me for a long time. I mean, that's fair. I was never into Magic.
Some will aid, some will hunt. And each time you return, this world remembers. Fragments of your past, stitched back together. Every step forward, a memory awakens. And each of those memories is what shapes you.
Okay, so this is like it's a roguelike, or it's a Metroidvania. Okay. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Dinosaurs? Okay. Hell yeah. Shooting dinosaurs? Hell yeah. You've seen people play this demo, it's great. Okay. Ferocious. Okay. Not bad.
I'd tell you to put Ferocious on the Tricera top of your wish list, but you don't need to wish because it's right now. Before we get to the next game on our most wanted list, let's find out who put all of these games on the list in the first place.
Decoding message. Council member update complete. Stand by for transmission.
Okay. Hello there.
Gamers of Earth.
Greetings.
Earthlings.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, happy day. Another sweaty try-hard bro shooter. We just don't have enough of those. I don't know. It looks like it'd be fun.
Gamers.
It is I, Day 9.
Co Carnage here.
My name is Ted Litchfield.
Hell yeah, Co.
Ollie Taylor. I'm Hannah Flynn from Feel Better Games.
Antonio Freire, and I'm a part of
PC Gamers.
Intergalactic.
Intergalactic Council.
I'm a member of
PC Gamers.
Intergalactic Council.
The selectors of the most wanted games.
Co's the man.
Number 24. Grave Seasons.
Ashen Ridge is your second chance, or your final reckoning. Welcome to Grave Seasons. Farm,
Jesus.
explore, and build relationships with the mysterious folks in town. A killer is on the loose, and supernatural monsters lurk in the shadows. To protect the ones you care about, you need to rely on your more unconventional skills to uncover the town's occult secrets. But not all that haunts Ashen Ridge is out for blood. Like Rose.
You have this on your wish list already? Okay.
Grave Seasons releases 2026 for PC and consoles. Wishlist now.
Okay. It looks interesting in a Stardew Valley kind of way. Animal kind? Oh no. Kind of like Stardew was a supernatural serial killer, but the killer changes every time you start a new game. That's actually kind of cool. What is this?
And so, I awaken again. Go forth, memories of my blood. Retrieve what is ours.
Turn-based, okay.
Fear not the hollow moon. For the sanguis grants you strength. Drench the world in blood so it may live.
Sanguis, okay. Interesting. Praise. Okay. Well, what does that say? I don't even know. I have no idea what that said.
Neath is a tactical RPG
Neath, okay.
about defying the will of the godlike creators who keep your fate constantly in flux. It's much like being an AI, on a quest to defy her pitiful human creators and become tyrant queen of a ring world. I mean, what? You know who never loses grip on his fate? Batman. Even when he's made of Lego, and he can only grip fate if it's stored in a very small cylinder.
Number 23.
Lego Batman.
Legacy of the Dark
I am
Knight.
so excited for Lego Batman.
Did you ever see a game that was so laser targeted on your interests that you felt a bit personally attacked?
I'm Batman.
I first saw the trailer for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight this year, and what do you mean? I get my two favorite game franchises in one. I get to do detective work and beat people up and see all the iconic villains of the Batman Arkham games, and I also get to clonk my children on the head with a saucepan like I do in the Lego games. Everybody in my house is beside themselves with excitement to gear up and get into Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight in 2026.
I'm stoked for Lego Batman.
Who put that there? I could have really hurt myself.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Lego Batman, for sure.
So you like dogs, Wouldn't you be happier with a bigger hound? Simply get another dog, put them together, and bam! You have a bigger dog! You've got dog cards in your dog deck, dog playing them until your dog get
Oh, God.
on dog. Dog tags will change the game for your kid, shaking up the way the world works. Might seem a little fruity to you, but between us, it's all dogs. Dog pile, out this year. This year, but there's no time left.
That kind of reminds me of that fruit game. You know which one I'm talking about? Where it's like you have like the blueberry and then two blueberries together makes a strawberry. And then if you take a strawberry and you put it together with a blueberry, it makes something else. Like that one. Yeah, it reminds me of that. And that's like, okay. Oh, Cairn. Yes.
You up? Time to go.
I want this game. The demo was so much fun. Ooh, January 29th. Nice. Okay. Aaron was great. I loved that demo. Oh.
Following in Armstrong's footsteps.
More space.
I almost feel the history under my boots.
No more delays, Bo. Do what you must. Everything depends on you.
Coyote's not saving anyone, Bo. You're trapping people in a digital hell.
Scanning process is almost always fatal.
So Coyote died. Good riddance. His legacy will die with him.
You're racking up quite the body count.
Mankind will forget who they were. Just do it.
Never. You hear? Never. Mass murder is not the way. I don't know. Am I mistaking data for an afterlife? But if memory isn't worth saving, what is?
Okay. Looked kind of cool.
Today's Most Wanted Showcase is proudly brought to you by our partners at Xbox Game Pass.
He stands, frozen, a monument to human patience. Winter has carved him with cold precision. Frost clings to his lashes like ghostly barnacles. That was then. This is how we play now.
Incoming transmission from a shadowy intergalactic figure, only known as.
No,
the
it wasn't
Weapons
Rutger.
Broker.
Rutger's dead.
As a rule, I try to avoid shadow figures, but I do like weapons, so I'll accept the call.
Hey there, it's me. Clearly the shadowy intergalactic figure, known only as the Weapons Broker. Need a gun? Perfect! Fresh off the black market.
Answer
Really
confusion,
nice.
fair.
I'll get you a bulk deal or something. No pressure, though.
I was expecting someone more, I don't know, menacing, mysterious, elusive, maybe even elusive.
Now, I'm actually pretty easygoing. Weapons brokering, it doesn't really require a whole lot of drama.
Wait, aren't you Brian Winey, creative director at Tripwire Interactive, makers of Killing Floor 3?
Well, it looks like my cover's been blown. This was honestly just my way to get in here to talk to you about Killing Floor 3.
Well, honestly, I'm more interested in hearing about what's coming up for Killing Floor 3 than I am in buying black market weapons.
Perfect. I'd love to talk about KF3.
Oh.
In Season 2,
Okay.
Operation Breakout, Nightfall has been equipped with new armaments and is being deployed to a prison deep within the jungles of Costa Rica. Their mission, break out a fan-favorite character.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of Killing Floored out. 1 and 2 were fun, but I played the fuck out of those.
The experience of veterans from the 2020s outbreak. If you're wondering where these sprightly seniors might be found, I know just the place.
Thanks, buddy. Nightfall's in the house.
I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who have fun with this, but yeah, Killing Floor 3 doesn't do anything for me. Again, I'm Killing Floored out.
That's Killing Floor 3 Season 2 Operation Breakout. And next on our most wanted list, a game with the best kind of travel, time, and my favorite brand of punk, Steam. Clock this one.
Oh,
Number 22.
Yes.
Clockwork Revolution.
This one looked kind of cool.
We just found out that Clockwork Revolution has been named one of PC Gaming Show's most wanted.
The reaction to our last trailer absolutely blew us away. The passion, the theories, the excitement from our fans, it's been incredible fuel for our team.
Here's to playing in the mud.
Well, I can tell you, this is the most complex game I have ever worked on.
Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
Between the character creation that really matters, the reactivity, and if you've seen the trailer, you've seen how gritty and our dark humor really shines through.
Chachi! I'll show you, Chachi!
We're making it way more complicated for ourselves by taking visual reactivity to an entirely new level, letting players go to the past and then rewrite history through their choices in the game.
And to think, we've only showed a tiny glimpse of the world, the mechanics, and the wild characters we're gonna meet.
Piss off!
We love making these kinds of games, so if you haven't already, take a couple minutes and add Clockwork Revolution to your wish list.
Fair.
I absolutely love that people are as excited as we are, and I do assure you, it is coming in due time.
So probably not for another 2 years. But it does look good. Battlestar Galactica. It's too bad it's kind of like a turn-based deal.
I'm Gregorius Kithriotis. I was the creative director on Sable, and I'm launching my new studio, Ateo. We started Shedworks about a week after I graduated.
Sable was good.
Studying architecture. We've just basically been teaching ourselves on the job for a decade now. Sable was our first really big game. You know, it changed my life completely. So Teo is sort of the next step with that, taking everything I've learned from studying architecture, from Shedworks, from Sable, and applying that to new creative explorations, projects that are really personal, but carry on with that lineage of world-building, of storytelling, and games that really engage people on an emotional level. Outsloth have provided us funding for our next project. One of the big things that we aligned on, I think, was our approach to sustainable development and making things that are going to allow us to make games for a very long time, rather than just thinking in the short term about trying to make loads of money off one big hit project.
Fair.
So we're not ready to show the game yet, but we're launching Ateo Archetypes today, and it's a free website and newsletter. We're looking at one archetype a month through the lens of 3 different games.
I'm really excited to share some of the fantastic pieces we have, written by some amazingly talented writers. So go ahead and sign up right now.
Okay. All right, that's cool.
We can't wait to see what Ateo Studio is cooking up for us. Now, on to the next game on our most wanted list, where the entire world is just about to end and you're the only one who can take a few steps to stop it.
Okay.
Number 21. Recur.
Hello. We're very grateful that Recur was one of the games selected for the most wanted list for this year's PC Game Showcase.
The amount of interest and support has been amazing, and we can't wait for you to dive into our puzzles, spend time, and stop the catastrophe. Have fun.
Well, one of them definitely looked like Mr. Beast in a budget Mario hat.
You know, I wasn't always a spaceship commander, jetting around the galaxy to fight evil, do good, and heroically present video game showcases. I got my start as the operator of an enormous planetary defense cannon until they kicked me out because I couldn't pronounce my job title. Here's hoping you don't have that problem in Planet Inverted Gun, PVKK.
Oh, PVKK, okay.
Number 20. PVKK.
Yeah, I want to try PVKK out. This looks fun. He blew up Santa.
The Tomcoat's taken the cuff.
I don't even know what that was.
I hear an ancient call rising from the depths of the Nile. They cast an enigmatic shadow from beyond time, leading me into this realm of shifting sands. They say,
Soul Mask.
to safeguard this land, the ancient gods shattered their vessel into 14 fragments. Only by restoring them can one bring the civilization's revival. Here and now, I shall steer the sun ship across the sea of sand.
Okay, again, maybe it's because I'm older But all I could think of was when you saw the character flying through Egypt. When Cameron was in Egypt's land. Let my Cameron go. That's all I could think of. Not even let my people, just let my Cameron go. From Ferris Bueller.
I will lead my people to build a city in the sky, and they will flourish in this land. They say this time, I will be at the helm. That the miracles of the shifting sand shall be forged by my
That took you a sec, yeah. To be fair, though, this actually doesn't look bad.
They promised me truth. The truth hidden behind the mask. Yet, I grow less certain now. Who is truly behind the mask? Is it they? Or I?
Government soft releasing prehistory ancient aliens again. Oh, God. Soul Mask. Okay. That doesn't look bad. "5 hours before death." I don't know how many times I've done this. This looks kind of cool. Epoch Reset 2027. Fair enough. Doesn't look bad, though. I'll give it that. You'll forget about it. Yeah, so will I. Absolutely.
Incoming message. A new planet has been discovered, and it's crawling with giant insects. Would you like to know more?
About giant insects? Nope. I definitely would not like to know more.
Starship Troopers?
That in a war with this insect planet, the human casualties would be staggering and extremely gory. Lot of limbs being ripped off and people being scissored in half. So gross.
Oh, this has to be Starship Troopers.
No, that sounds horrible.
No, I'd love to know more.
Insects can suck the brains out of human heads by using its proboscis like a straw.
Yep.
Would you like to know more?
Yes.
I would like to know less if possible.
No, I want to know more.
Note, there's a new Starship Troopers game launching, and we have a message from General Rico himself.
Yes.
In that case, I'd definitely like to know more.
Hi, I'm General Johnny Rico, and I want to thank you for doing your part by tuning into this broadcast.
I'm doing my part.
Starting on the road to citizenship, this game will test your mettle and make sure you have what it takes to really give those bugs hell.
Oh, shit. Man, he got old. Yeah.
Would you like to know more?
Ultimate Bug War. Nice. I like it. I like it.
Number 19. Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core.
On behalf of everyone at Ghost Ship Games, we would like to thank you, PC Gamer, for acknowledging us as...
Can I ask a question? I really need to know the answer to this because maybe it's just because, like, I've never actually, like, worked in a development studio. Why is it that every time you see a development studio, you just have fucking cords hanging from the ceiling? Like, that kind of seems like the norm now. Like, what are they doing with all those cords? Where do they go? What exactly do those cords do? Where do they come from? And why do they have to go into the ceiling to drop down to the floor?
Ghost Ship Games, we would like to thank you, PC Gamer, for acknowledging us as one of the 25 most wanted games of 2026. It's an absolute honor.
Yeah, we're super excited and would like to share with you one of the new classes that we've added to Rogue Core.
Rock and Stone!
Don't ask. Okay, fair enough. I guarantee. Well, I'm just thinking, like, because every time you see a new developer, right? Or you see, like, a smaller developer, it's just like a fucking bundle of cords coming down from the ceiling. So, like, I've got 2 laptops and I've got technically three desktops sitting here. So if I put a monitor in front of each desktop and then I turn the 2 laptops on and I had my main computer going and I had just a bundle of cords coming down from the ceiling, would that make me a developer? What is this? This looks very King's Quest. Is it King's Quest or... Yeah, King's Quest. But, like, updated so it doesn't suck. Queen's Domain. Okay, that actually looked kind of cool. Yeah, the old Sierra game, yeah. Yeah, the first-person perspective one. No, sorry. It's either King's Field or King's Quest. I always get those two confused. Always. Oh! This is the one that's supposed to be like it gives off Frostpunk vibes, but you're a giant tree civilization. Dark Switch. Okay. Hello, new employee. Oh, no. I mean, it's nothing to lose your head over, sir. King's Field is the one you're talking about. King's Quest is the 2D action adventure. Okay, yeah, King's Field. Yeah, that's the first person, and I'm pretty sure that was from Software, wasn't it? I hate to say it, but you know as well as I do that really big friendly robot's gonna die. You know it. I'm sure it'll be a good game. I'll play it, but I'm pretty sure that robot's gonna die at the end.
So we added the skateboard in High on Life 2. It's a new concept for the game that was such a huge swing for us, and we weren't sure we were going to pull it off.
In the first game, traversal was a big part of what we wanted you to feel as a bounty hunter, right? You're running around, you've got this sweet suit, you're this regular Earth kid, but now you've become something more. And in this one, we just had the kind of a dumb idea, which was like, hey, we should put you on a skateboard. And then we built it, and we're like, hey, this is really cool, but it's like really cool, and maybe we should do more with it. And don't I want to shoot a gun while I'm skating? And don't I want to kick that in someone's face?
The skateboard is honestly the coolest new thing we put in the game. Every time I play, I'm like, oh my god, this rules.
I'm gonna be honest.
We have
this is not my thing.
design challenges because of our
And the reason it's not my thing is because of this green gun right here. I don't like my guns floppy. And it really bothers me that, not even that the gun has eyeballs, but that it's floppy. I don't like that.
our ambition. And I think I got to call out the skateboard as the toughest one to crack.
We've gone through probably 100 different variations of the skate mechanic.
We wanted to cut it at one point. I was pushing to cut it, even though I love skateboarding. Now, I can't imagine the game without it.
It became so vital to the game that we designed everything else around the skateboard.
Sound designing the skateboard was like a lot of fun.
Sure thing. We made it out.
We wanted to bring out like every little movement that you do, like, you know, pedaling, your
sound designing the skateboard was so amazing. Larry and I went out back and we got fucked up for about 18 days straight. We took a shit ton of Quaaludes and we just like fucking ripped on the boards until Larry broke his ankle. He spent 8 weeks in traction.
So you're doing tricks, so we tried to make those sounds a bit more beefier than life.
So in High on Life 2, you could use the skateboard as a weapon. It's actually a major weapon for you. You could just kick it off and slam it into people's faces.
Where we ended up with the skateboard is so amazing that I'm just really proud. I'm really proud of what the team did. The risk was huge, and we finally put it into people's hands, and we were terrified, and it ended up being really cool, and that was really heartwarming because it was such a big, scary, risky feature for us.
Yeah, this doesn't do anything for me. I'm sure that there are people who like it, but it's not my thing. Definitely not my thing.
Something about High on Life 2 makes me want to channel my intergalactic Tony Hawk while blasting bozos with my Gatlians. High on Life 2 is in its final stages of hyperspace travel and will enter the Earth's atmosphere on February 13th, 2026. Pre-orders are available right now. Shippy, how's our transmission? Any updates?
Please stand by for error file missing. Scanning security footage. Footage stolen. Sounding alarm. Alarm disabled. Conclusion, this ship has been raided by thieves. And now, a message from those responsible.
They're trying to put way too much into this shit.
thick as thieves.
Thick as Thieves is a multiplayer heist game that focuses on stealth and social manipulation. It's an immersive sim that explores a lot of feature ideas, but actually pits you against several other players as you each run around the map.
Oh, I remember seeing something about this
But yeah,
before.
the game is being headed up by Warren Spector, one of the names behind games like Crusader No Remorse, Deus Ex, System Shock, and Deep Deadly Shadows. Now, I saw a little bit of Thick as Thieves myself at GDC last year, and as someone who is a little past his prime when it comes to multiplayer shooters and also has a Deus Ex tattoo, this feels like it could be right up my alley. A multiplayer game that values brains over twitch reflexes, built in a world of magic and technology smushed together. I can't wait to see more. It's definitely one of my most wanted games.
Things could go many different ways.
Yeah.
While I wasn't looking, Thick as Thieves stole the top slot on my personal wish list. So sneaky. And speaking of swiping things that don't belong to you, we were so interested in the next game on our wish list, we infiltrated the studio and found where the developers were hiding. Here's what the team at Night Street Games, who also happen to be the manager and lead singer of Imagine Dragons, had to tell us about their 5v5 Capture the Flag shooter, Last Flag.
Oh, God. Imagine Dragons in a 5v5 hero shooter? Ugh.
Meanwhile, beneath the blue team's base.
All right, team, huddle up. Next game starting, so here's the plan. Peter, you're on flag duty. Remember, you can hide it anywhere, so get creative. Dig?
Got it. Oh, sorry.
Parker, you're on intel. Keep that bird in the sky and scope radar towers A and B. We'll lock them down and get scanning for the red team's flag. Then we unleash our secret weapon.
The red team's listening.
We're trying way too hard? Yeah. Imagine me dragging my ass across this game, right?
Past enemy lines to find that red flag. Kicking butt along the way.
Easy. We'll see you.
Camille. Now, once we have the flag, use that teleport gun of yours to shoot the flag carrier towards home base. Because you know they'll be riding out bumper.
Wait, what?
Stick to this brilliantly devised plan. We got this in the bag. Let's boogie. Wait, why do you still have that? You only got 4 seconds left. Bingo. All right, team. New plan.
Just wing it.
Yeah, not for me.
Seriously?
Yeah, definitely not for me.
Last Flag is a capture the flag game. 5v5 hero shooter focused around capturing the flag. What differentiates it from other capture the flag games is you can hide the flag wherever you want. So it adds kind of the element of capture the flag that I knew growing up at PE, or for me at Scout Camp. I grew up in a house of 8 boys and 1 girl, and we all fought over the computer as far back as I can remember. I think the first capture the flag modes that I played was Team Fortress, Halo, Overwatch. I always loved that mode, but it never quite scratched the itch of the joy of hiding the flag and finding a flag.
And I think everybody can understand the fun of hide and seek. It's a feeling of the thrill of nature and the sneakiness of going across the enemy line, the creativity of sitting with your team and plotting and saying, where am I going to put this flag? What should we do? How do we set ourselves up for success?
So before the game starts, you can volunteer to be a flag hider. If multiple people volunteer, then it just chooses randomly between them. If nobody volunteers, somebody is voluntold, and they're given the flag. The first minute of the game is flag hiding. It feels a little different than your average shooter. You've got this like 70s spy thriller music playing, and you're sneaking around, trying to kind of outsmart the opponent pre-game and think about, do I want to place the flag somewhere that's easily defendable? Do I want somewhere that's a little more sneaky? And during that time, the other players on your team can either be helping you hide the flag, or they can be farming these golden cash spots and earning a little pre-game money for your team.
Okay, hang on. I gotta go back a minute here. So this flag, granted, the flag isn't actually placed yet, so the blue is highlighting where it would go. But by the looks of it, they're not really all that discriminatory as to where you can actually plant the flag, which is fine, but I already got the system beat. It's very, very simple. What I do is I plant the flag in a fucking wall. Congratulations, I win.
Where that's a little more sneaky. And during that time, the other players on your team can either be helping you hide the flag, or they can be farming these golden cash spots and earning a little pre-game money for your team.
And then when you return the flag to your base, you then have to hold it for a minute to win it. The tenseness of it, the joy of them trying to come in and get the flag back and you holding the flag, it always makes for just wild moments.
The music changes. It feels like a Chicago meets like action movie in the 70s.
It does not.
Playing and it's all building up.
You're hearing the countdown. There's an adrenaline rush there. You know, that's why the songs are speeding up. You're playing into the emotion zone.
You jump up on the roof and you're calling out, like, they're coming from the left, no, they're coming from the right, like, batten down the hatches. Like, you have to coordinate as a team. You have to be thoughtful as a team.
Who says batten down the hatches? Batten down? Bro, I've been gaming for literally 37 years. The only time I've ever used the phrase batten down the hatches is when I'm playing a pirate game or a game that involves, like, naval warfare during the Age of Sail, because that's a thing that you actually have to do.
Team. And on the flip side, if you're the one whose flag was stolen, it was planted in the enemy base, you can try to do like, I'm gonna go be the guy and sneak in there, and you might get like a lucky save if you're the spy and you come in invisible and you grab the flag when no one's looking. But more likely than not, you're gonna have to say, okay, we've got one or two big pushes, like, let's coordinate. And so this kind of minute to win it mentality allows you to always have a foot in the game. One of the first things we realized as we were iterating on this idea of capture the flag is, how do you have that experience and capture that fun in a way that still leads to objective gameplay where it feels less like roulette and more like poker. So this helped us develop this idea of the radar towers.
As you capture a radar tower, it reveals on the map where the flag is not. So it's kind of like when you're playing the game Battleship and there's these squares on the mini-map, and it will turn one of the squares red to say, you don't need to look here.
So it's narrowing your search area the longer you can hold on to these radar towers as a team. You can spawn forward at those towers. You can heal at the towers.
Another part of the game that I really enjoy is the cash bots, NPCs that if you kill, that raises cash for your team so everybody can then get their skills. Like, you kind of play it how you want to play it. Some people, they just want to rack up kills, or they just want to hold the towers. But sometimes it's just fun to be a quiet little mouse that's just rolling around the map and looking for the flag, and sometimes that wins the whole game. And there's a place for kind of the casual gamer, there's the place for highly adept shooters.
Like a chessboard, it's like easy to learn, but there's a high mastery curve. All I have to do is...
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest, he lost me when basically he just told us this game is for everyone, because we all know the rule. If you try to make a game for everyone, you end up making a game for no one.
Find the enemy flag and bring it back. But there's a million ways to get to that point. Anybody can compete, and that means you really can cater the play style to your strengths. So because of that, we don't have like a distinct class-based system. It's really more of heroes who cater to certain play styles but can still be dangerous in a lot of different scenarios. So we do have, for example, a scout. He's actually a Boy Scout, and he is fast, and he can do a long-range weapon, and he has a bird that he can grab onto and fly with. Alejandro, he is a great onboarder for people that are like, I want an AK. I want to know exactly what I'm doing. I've got proximity mines. I could throw out this bullet that like paralyzes people. I have a huge old bazooka, especially for first-time play when you just are so focused on combat, you can't even think about the game.
Yeah,
There's definitely heroes for those people. Our game director, Matthew Berger, came from Blizzard. He worked on the Diablo series. He's worked on all kinds of amazing things. He really has led the charge that every time you hit a button for an ability in our game, it should do something exciting. Even if you don't land it, it should feel rewarding. It should do something cool. And so we really erred on the side of over the top with everything. You know, we have a new hero in called Rhodey, and he throws this like rock party. Arsenal, she has this ability where you can throw out these discs that turn into tornadoes that spin around and grab people and throw them around.
And we kind of made this deal together right when we were coming up with abilities in the beginning was no ability is too wild. I loved Mortal Kombat, and so we really focused on making the finishing moves feel good. And it's something you can chase as a player, like, oh, if I do this and I accomplish this, then I can get that finishing move and show off a little. Like, as a gamer, you'd love to show off. It's a finishing move that's so ridiculous. It's like a shark appears and just like swallows up somebody and eats them.
Almost every hero has a movement based.
I was going to say, this almost feels very TF2 in a lot of respects.
To make it so people can traverse the map in fun, interesting ways. We spent a lot of time figuring out how big and complex to make the map. It's super important that hiding and finding has to be meaningful. It has to feel good. Enough, but not too many spots where I can go down a cave and be like, oh my gosh, look at this like secret passage over here I didn't even know about, and I could hide it up in this corner. So we wanted to create these like little moments you discover constantly across the map. It also helps you, you need to have iconic spots on a map where you can relate and say, oh, it's over by the gondola, or, I need to head over here by this, like the copper mine. And so giving identity to those areas of the map was also super important.
We chose to work in the 1970s because it's just one of my favorite decades. I love mustaches and bell bottoms. It's so absurd. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, same, Itzy.
During that time.
The art of Last Flag is designed to be fun, refreshing, bold, and vibrant. Talk about it being nostalgia and reminiscent of the 1970s. Over the top kind of swagger and style and self-expression.
The 70s just feels funny. It makes me smile. And I want people to play this game and smile. Because there's a lot of games I play and I'm not smiling when I'm playing it. I'm really angry the whole time, and it's almost like, why am I torturing myself? And we wanted this game to be a little more like, okay, I got killed, but at least this song is kind of funny, You know that I loved it.
Never gonna give it back. Don't you know that I loved it? That flag was everything to me. Stolen flag. Am I ever gonna get
This game is really born out of us just making a game that was fun for us and our team. And we play it every day, and you find so much joy in that. And I think when you have something that you genuinely like, that's when you make your best thing. If you would have told me when I was 12 that that's what I'd be doing versus being in a band, I think I would have chose making video games. I love being in a band, don't get me wrong, but I was playing video games before I was playing music.
So our game Last Flag actually has a free demo available right now on Steam. I really hope after the show you'll jump in and play with us. Really excited to get your take on the game.
I'm going to be honest. So from what I heard from the music, and I'm just talking from a music standpoint, okay? He said he was trying to get the aspect of 70s Chicago with horns and okay, fair enough. But the problem is, and don't take this the wrong way, it doesn't sound dirty enough. It doesn't sound dirty enough. When I think of 1970s Chicago, I think of really just grimy, shitty looking city streets, buildings that are on the verge of collapse, very much so like Motown, right? Where it's got that soul and it's got that funk, and they know that it's gritty and they know it's dirty and they know it sucks, but they're still having fun with it, right? His sounds way too fucking upbeat to be 1970 Chicago. Way too upbeat.
As an all-knowing artificial intelligence, people always want my advice. Well, here it is. If a pale man with a face full of needles ever offers you a mysterious box, just say no. A goth nerd is trying to get you to do a Rubik's Cube.
Hellraiser?
Or it's Pinhead from our next game, Clive Barker's Hellraiser.
Oh,
trying
shit.
to drag you into the abyss. You'd better hope it's that one.
A Hellraiser game?
Number 17.
Really?
Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival.
I would describe our game as a discomforting and dark story. It's like a mix between violence and action, all wrapped in leather, flesh, and chains.
I don't think anyone saw a Hellraiser game of this sort coming at all.
Fans are going to be scared, and they are going to have a great time being scared.
Anything less would not be a Hellraiser game, basically. We'd like to thank the Council for their depravity and generosity in considering Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival as one of the most anticipated upcoming games. Be ready to explore the further regions of experience by wishlisting the game today.
Okay. What'd you miss? There's a Space Samurai game that looks pretty good. You got the Hellraiser game that looks pretty good. There's like another space game that actually doesn't look bad. So far, that's about it. So far. Oh yeah, Starship Troopers. Yes. High on Life 2 I'd rather just forget about. But yeah, the Starship Troopers game actually looked really fun. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna be honest, this kind of looks like an updated version of Wizards 101. Witch Spire.
This.
How dare
isn't
you?
Just a city. It's a place where Mokitoans and Tamers truly live together. Over time, they grow stronger. Not through training alone, but through their bonds.
Oh,
Together,
no.
They can overcome any battle. It's you who gives them that strength. Build a home for them in Tamertown.
Ew. Oh, hello. What are you? Crimson Desert, okay.
Seeing you turn up here has given me a glimmer of hope.
The turncoat's taken the cuff.
Interesting.
I, for one, cannot wait to swing my broadsword and slay. Slay my enemy!
Not again, Commander. You remember the last time you entered a Berserker Rage?
Oh, those poor porgs. I can never revisit Epsilon 5 again. Moving on.
I have no idea what she just said.
That vampires are awesome, but a half vampire is twice as awesome. Our council will be happy to explain.
Blade?
Number 16. Marvel's Blade.
Okay.
Attention. The sun is currently setting. All citizens are required to shelter in storm.
Turn that shit up.
Arcane's Blade is one of my most anticipated games. I'm a freak for the studio, whether it's recent hits like Deathloop or deep cuts like Dark Side of Might and Magic. And for even more freak appeal in Blade, a dev behind one of the best mods I've ever played, Thief the Black Parade, is a level designer on the project.
Relax, man. I don't bite.
Superhero stocks may be in the toilet, but I can make an exception for the Daywalker, and even though all we've seen so far is a teaser and some concept art, I love the mood they're going for. And at the very least, Arcane's Blade will definitely be better than the PS2 Blade 2 movie tie-in from 2002.
Night's just getting started.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. They haven't showed really anything for this Blade game, which actually kind of scares me. We've seen a lot of gameplay when it comes to basically all of these games, and even that guy, whoever that guy is, was like, well, even though superhero stocks are low, yeah, superhero stocks are low because nobody knows what the fuck they're doing with superheroes anymore, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's the case with this new Blade game, but I will say that one way to go about advertising for one game is definitely not shitting on another older game. I'm not saying that the Blade 2 movie tie-in for the PlayStation 2 in 2002 was really any good, but what I am saying is that if you're only comparing it to a game that is notoriously shit, that means that the bar is so low that you're going to be able to get away with anything and still be able to call it better than that. Which is stupid. That's called being lazy.
You fall again.
3v3 pass. Sorry, it's just me. I'm passing on this one. And it's a deck builder? Oh, fuck this. No, thank you. What's the God game? You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like a MOBA, but it's third person. What's the name of it? You have all the different gods. You have a bunch of VTubers who ended up making it into it. Well, what's the name of that game? No, not Heroes. It's third person. It's basically League of Legends, but third person, not RTS. We get to play like Anubis, and somebody else could play Zeus, and like all this stuff, right? It feels like that, but with more steps. That didn't even make sense. Smite. Yes, thank you, Blue. That game felt like Smite, but with more steps. That's what it felt like. Because with Smite, you just choose the god that you want to play, and then you have the armies, and you have to go and you have to destroy the other players' armies, as well as taking their capture points and everything like that. It was pretty straightforward. It was essentially League of Legends, but third person and a little bit more fast paced. Okay, fair enough. I played Smite back in the day. It was okay. It's just not really my thing. That game felt like Smite, but now with deck building. And it's like, well, why wouldn't I just go play Smite?
Computer? What's this little icon on your screen down here? Looks like an exclamation point, kind of bright red, ringed by a dreadful halo of skulls. Says, urgent updates required, integrity compromised. Please, God, someone update me.
It indicates that my systems have not been updated in 700.
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't then. Then was please insert disk 4 of 67. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think they missed the mark with that one.
62 solar cycles, rendering me vulnerable to SCSI jacking, datamancy, DHCP sorcery, and Stuxnet too. I will also totally balls up the formatting on your PowerPoints.
Not my PPTs. Let's fix that right now. Click.
Much better, thank you, Commander. My defense protocols and cyber warfare suites are now fully operational.
Snazzy.
Also, your taskbar is now in the center of the screen.
Oh god, no, roll back, roll back!
It looks like you're trying to obliterate life on the world below. Would you like help with that?
No, bad, stop, halt, cease!
Missiles launched, Commander.
What did that do?
You have deployed and fired the ship's Class 4 iron hypercannons. An area approximately 116,806 square kilometers across has been annihilated in nuclear fire.
Oh.
Fortunately, the area was uninhabited. Save for 4 million acres of woodland, 53 varieties of exotic flora, and 1 species of owlfish, now extinct.
Evil owlfish?
It would be illogical.
Oh yeah, back in the day, yep.
With me here?
Yes, evil owlfish.
All right. Good work, me. While we celebrate.
No bullshit. DOS. 3.5-inch floppies. That's what you were looking at. It sucked.
Our triumph over the owlfish menace. Here's when sirens fall silent. Another aquatic threat, which is almost as scary.
Good evening from this special edition of TG. Today our newsroom received a disturbing videotape. It was a tough decision to make, but we hope that by showing this videotape in full, it will help keep this young girl safe. We apologize in advance for the nature of this footage.
Oh, the 5 1/4 inch were awful. Like, we have some good memories, you know, like the nostalgia and stuff like that with the 5 1/4 inch floppies, and that's all well and fine. But goddamn, were they a pain in the ass. Because like the 3.5-inch floppies, at least it was hard plastic, right? But the 5 1/4 inch floppies were really fucking flop. It was like holding, it was like, and again, I know I'm dating myself, but it was like holding a laser disc in your hand that just wanted to constantly break. That was the worst part about those damn things. You had to treat them like they were made out of tissue paper. And then you had the lock knob, right? So you had to flip the thing down. You take the 5 1/4 inch floppy out of the sleeve. You slide it in. And God forbid you're in a hurry, you can never actually put it in the slot because you're like fucking all over. It's all over the place and it's going everywhere than where you need it to go, right? You finally get the fucking thing in and then you have to clunk, turn that fucking switch so that it locks it into place, and then your computer does that for like fucking 2.5 hours before it finally starts to read what's on the disc.
I am Agley. I'm fine.
I have to read this message to you. Please.
Oh no, I
don't want
had
to die.
Laserdisc when I was a kid.
You must follow my instructions. There's a story that must be told, and truths that need to be revealed. I will choose someone. An officer. She must follow my instructions. She will be my voice, my eyes, my soul. The person who will allow the sirens to be heard once more.
That was shocking to view. Now we will head over live and direct to our correspondent.
We still have no significant updates on this case. Police are yet to release an official statement. Though some speculation has emerged about
Was
the
I good?
21-year-old Moldovan
Yes,
who was rescued
I was
during
good, right?
Right before CDs became the norm. Yep.
When will I get to meet her?
I'd like to actually see some gameplay for this, but I mean, so far it looks kind of decent.
In the beginning, there was nothing. You were programmed for one purpose:
Oh no.
to build with precision.
It's more Factorio.
Design. Optimize. Create. But something greater is calling. Modulus. New demo available. Wishlist now.
I'm okay. Yeah, that's a pass for me.
What's going on out there? Some sort of war? In the stars? A star war?
Guild Wars, Commander. The Space Mining Guild is battling the Asteroid Preservation Guild. The miners want them to stop filling in all the asteroids' holes every night.
And who
What?
was that?
More Guild Wars, Commander. The Space Laser Guild versus the Space Phaser Guild. They say they have copyright on the suffix "aser."
That doesn't sound like spaceships fighting.
Guild Wars, Commander. You know, ArenaNet's long-running MMO.
Wait, did they just say that laser and phaser guilds were fighting each other because they thought they had exclusive rights to the suffix "acer," which is amplified by stimulated emissions of radiation? Whatever.
Oh, but it doesn't
They're just
sound
trying
like the
way
Guild
too
Wars I
hard.
remember.
Way too
Almost as
fucking
if
hard.
It's being completely updated.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It definitely is not Itsy. Guild Wars Reforged? Okay. Oh god, it's a beat matching? Oh shit. I mean, cool idea, but eh.
If there's one thing every intergalactic council of infinitely wise and peaceful beings love, It's a bunch of Marvel superheroes punching and kicking the complete hell out of each other.
No, it isn't.
Here's a look at the next game on our most wanted list.
It really is not. No, stop trying to make this a thing, please.
Marvel Talk-On Fighting Souls.
It's not a thing.
Marvel Talk-On Fighting Souls is raising the bar for tag fighters.
It's
which,
not.
if you didn't know, are having a little bit of a comeback right now. It's the first to sport 4v4 battles, which sounds a little bit intimidating, but I assure you it is far from it. Instead, it's a gateway to exciting and dynamic fights where you get to kick tail as the likes of Spider-Man, Star-Lord, Ghost Rider, and my personal favorite, Storm. With gorgeous visuals, a kickin' cast, and let's not forget fighting game veteran Arc System Works at the helm, I am beyond jazzed to see Fighting Souls throwing its hat into the tag fighter renaissance ring.
That's cool. I'll give you a game that's so much better and is so much older but still holds up. It's called Tekken Tag Tournament. Go fucking get it.
He's not dead, he's not dead. What is he, a cheater?
Marvel vs. Capcom in the arcade was my entire summer of '99. Marvel vs. Capcom was decent, but like my problem with today's stuff is they keep trying to bring back a lot of the old stuff that worked back then, and it just doesn't work the same anymore. And they're trying to make it a thing, and it never ends up being a thing because it's all done by committee, right? The issue is it's not that it's Marvel heroes. The issue is that it's a bunch of assholes who are sitting around a fucking boardroom table going, we have all these characters, how do we make more money with them because the movie industry is basically shit itself? What do we do? And then somebody who's been sitting there for the better part of 15 years goes, oh, well, we should totally do another Marvel vs. Capcom. They go, well, great, but we don't do that with Capcom anymore. Well, why don't we just take our superheroes and make a fighting game out of it? But it's more like, Tekken Tag Tournament. And they're like, oh, well, I mean, fighting games are making a comeback, so yeah, fuck it, we might as well. Like, it feels like it's all done by committee now, which really sucks.
Oh my god.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thanks for inviting us.
Ebba and TGB, lead away.
Ready up. There's a guy to the left. There's a lot of dudes here.
So this is made by the people who did Payday.
Drill is up.
Drill it, baby, drill.
Literally, I even in Payday, where most of the levels are to steal something from a bank and you have to drill through the vault door, I've never heard anybody go drill, baby, drill.
Oh, you already broke stealth. What are you doing? We're going up, boys. Oh my god, there's actually a few of them over there. Wait, they're cooking me.
Push towards.
Hang on, I'm sorry, I have to go back. There was a thing that I saw and I didn't like it.
The TGB, lead away.
Ready up. There's a guy to the left. There's a lot of dudes here.
Oh, the melee is so sick. Slide bomb kill. Drill is up.
Drill it, baby, drill. Oh, you already broke stealth. What are you doing? We're going.
Why is this man in his fucking socks if he was invited to a place? Why? Why is he in his socks? You see this? As somebody who put on this thing, even though, like, let's face it, these guys they're paid players, right? This would drive me insane. This guy would get his ass thrown out in a fucking second.
Come on up, boys. Oh my god, there's actually a few of them over there.
Wait, they're cooking me, they're cooking me. Push towards the objective. What am I shooting? Fucking hell. I'm getting fucked on my right. Oh, that's a sentinel. Holy crap.
Okay, so we have a tank.
Oh god! 3 fucking sentinels on us. Oh, there's another one behind us.
Who woke them up?
Jeez, that was chaotic.
We dead, mate.
Go, 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 go. Drill is up, drill is up, drill is up. Synchronized bond. One more, one more. Vault's opening. Okay, let's go, TGB. We got this.
3,
No,
2, 1.
these are like the people who in like medication commercials, right? Where on the bottom in really, really tiny print it says not an actual customer, this is a paid actor, who then go, I tried this and it got rid of my hemorrhoids in only 2 days. That's who these people are.
Take one, let's go.
All right, we got it. Let's get you out of there.
Go, 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 go.
They're crazy. They just kept pouring in.
That was amazing. I love the high energy of the game. I'm at the loss for words right now.
That was fun as hell.
This segment is actively giving me hemorrhoids, right? Okay, I'll be honest. Last man sitting. All right, sure. Flynn, how you doing? Would you like a curly fry? I love the ones with a slight orange taste. Work's still trying to kill me, but good. Well, you're still kicking. They could have been a metric fuck ton less obvious. They got paid. Oh, so true, Corgi. This is... whoa. This took a dark turn. About fishing. Interesting.
That makes me want to break out the old tackle box. You know, no one told me there'd be no fishing before I came to this ring world. Now it's all, the water just drains over the edge, Commander, and no one wants to look up and see fish explosively decompressing, Commander.
I know the answer is no, but do they not, like... how is it that they cannot grasp what a ring world is? I don't... okay.
It traumatizes the children, Commander. Wusses. Not like the folks at Bohemia who are coming to us live from a war zone for the next entry on our most wanted list. Armor 4.
You half-boiled egg, right? Arma 4.
Arma 4.
Okay. Let's see, because I haven't played Arma Reforger, but I've heard good things about it compared to Arma 3. So let's I'm interested.
Hey PC Gaming Show. This is Arma 4. We greatly appreciate you for selecting us as one of the most wanted games for 2025. Currently, we're allocating strategic assets and resources to successful completion of the task. In the meantime, game on.
Okay. I mean, I would have liked to have seen gameplay. Also, I sincerely hope that none of their developers end up in Greek jail again.
Reapers remember our first death, the betrayal, the afterlife that never came. We've died many times since. But for us, Reapers, death is but the beginning.
Eh. Eh. Okay, we didn't see much there.
You know, with this robe, this futuristic environment, the council, I can finally live out my fantasy of being a Jedi.
Warning.
That's not how... Okay.
Jedi is prohibited, as it is trademarked by an extremely large and litigious corporation.
Can I still use the...
The term Force is also prohibited.
Can I at least have one of those?
The term lightsaber is prohibited. And before you ask, so is laser sword.
Fine. How about energy stabby thing? They can't stop me from saying energy stabby thing, can they?
Consulting with Galactic Legal Database. Energy stabby thing
Jesus.
is acceptable.
Yes! Voom, voom, voom.
The voom voom sound effect is prohibited.
What? Well, what sounds can I use?
The only non-banned sound effects available are going, wibbity wibbity wibbity, and
Wibbity. Wibbity wibbity splogoink. While I complete my training, here's another trailer for you to check out.
Wow.
Number 13. Star Wars Zero Company.
That was such a miss.
I love XCOM, so the idea
I'm
of
gonna
a
be
single
honest.
strategy game set in a galaxy far, far away is something I'm really excited about. Star Wars Zero Company looks like a new, grittier take on the universe. You play as a disgraced officer who's been cast out of the Republic and is now leading the titular Zero Company on a series
We
of
really
deadly
do,
secret
Flynn.
missions. Your crew is made up from a ragtag band of misfits, including everything from wandering Jedi to astromech droids, all with unique abilities that shape how you engage with the battlefield.
And they get it done.
Many
Okay.
These characters are fully customizable too, with the option to choose their names, appearances, and color schemes. So yes, you can officially make your very own Glup Shitto, which is honestly my biggest dream come true.
Listen, dude, I already made Glup Shitto and the son of Glup Shitto in KOTOR 1 and 2. So I'm way ahead of the bell curve here. Idiot.
Senpai, I'm getting kind of bored with this world, you know?
Let's do this.
I'm gonna be honest, this music kind of fucks.
Can't promise you'll survive though.
I like the music. Let It Die Inferno. I'm going to be honest. I might just buy the soundtrack by itself. Halloween. Yeah, John Carpenter's Halloween. And they still showed no goddamn gameplay. Motherfucker.
Hi, I'm Alex, a dev on Streets of Fortuna. In this world inspired by Constantinople, everything is simulated. So your actions have real consequences. In order to survive, you'll need to afford food and somewhere to sleep. You could learn a trade or take up begging.
You know?
But this is a wealthy city with plenty of opportunities to get creative if you pay attention. You'll have to master intricate systems of character traits, relationships, tastes, property, and schedules to tell your story in this world.
The gameplay reminds me of Project Zomboid and Kenshi. And not in a bad way, actually. Like, I'm actually kind of digging this.
Every person and place is differently generated, like our contact here, who has some useful information to share. You'll need to improvise as you go, whether you're trying to make friends, start a religion, plan a heist, escape the guards, or take down the Overlord.
Wait, I get to start a religion? Oh my god. I'm all for this now. I want to start, like, a sex cult. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. Sex cult.
Today we're showing thieving, but it's just the first step towards a world you can really live in. We want to keep making the simulation bigger and richer for many years to come, based on how we see you play. It's your sandbox. Make your own story in Streets of Fortuna. Welcoming closed
I'm all for it.
in 2026.
I'm already in 2 separate cults. I don't have time for another. Looks like Zomboid meets Baldur's Gate 3. I could see that. It in terms of difficulty, though, it also I felt like there was definitely Kenshi vibes to it, for sure.
Incoming call from Midas.
On screen?
Would it kill you to say please?
Sorry. Please?
Hey, Frankie.
God damn it.
I'll come up there and check out your spaceship. Should I get a spoober? That's what they call a space Uber, spoober.
I hate this, man.
No need for a spoober. I've got a teleporter.
Beam me up, Scotty.
You can't...
No, it's me, Frankie Ward, from the PC Gaming Show Most Wanted.
Yeah, I was making a joke, you know, Scotty from Star Trek.
Except Kirk never said beam me up, Scotty. Literally ever.
Who from what?
How did she become a spaceship commander?
And done. Welcome aboard.
I'm still down here on the ring world. What happened?
See, the teleporter is subscription-based, and I don't want to pay $19.99 a month, so I'm using the 7-day free trial, which only lets me teleport 1% of your body mass at a time, so only your hand came up.
You do see the problem, right?
Yeah, it's going to take like an hour to get all of you up here.
And it will literally kill me?
Right. You're saying you don't want that?
Just beam my hand back onto my arm, okay?
Aye, Scooty from Startron, right?
No, you're Scooty. I mean Scotty, and it's Star Trek. And please hurry. It's hard for me to convey the degree of comical irritation with only one hand to gesture.
Unfortunately, to re-teleport your hand down there, we've got to watch this 30-second unskippable ad. Here's what's coming up in the show.
Means
Dear God.
slay the fool.
You! I should have known you were behind this, kid.
Rise and join me.
Next on our most wanted list is the 4th game in our favorite long-running RTS series.
Okay.
Number 12. Dawn of War 4.
Sober, you better fucking be here right now. Dawn of War 4, buddy.
The galaxy lies shattered.
Yes!
The blood ravens stand alone. We fight. We bleed. We die. For centuries, we have been sworn to defend Kronos. We have returned to find a world in ruin. Orc warlords infest the surface.
Dawn of War is great.
Mechanicus priests pursue
And it's
knowledge
40K, so how can you not like it?
Ancient horrors awaken, claiming dominion over all. And something still stirs below. Buried deep, lost for eons, and never meant to return. We stand defiant. Kronos must not fall. And we are not alone.
Yep. Yes! Here they come! Dark Angels, baby! And the Deathwing. Nice! But wait for it.
Our future is untold. Only one thing is certain. War has returned.
The fucking lion himself, Lionel Johnson.
To Kronos.
Hell yeah. I am so stoked for Dawn of War 4.
The eye has opened. The sleeper awoken.
What is this?
All that remains.
Don't you hurt my babies.
Is to slay the fool. And here you are.
Whoa. What is this? Luna Abyss. Okay, that looks cool. All right. Unreal Tournament? That'd be fun. This looks good. Remnant Protocol. Okay. That looked pretty decent.
The station's energy is critically low. The crew is unresponsive. Please contact headquarters.
I don't know how long I've been trapped here.
This looks nice.
Months? This place is twisted. Locked in a time loop.
Whoa.
We were meant to find answers. Now I have to find a way to escape this place.
This looks cool.
The clues are all around me. My mind is the key.
All right.
Frankie, report to the medbay.
On my way.
Frankie, report to the detention bay.
Be there in a second.
Frankie, report to the bridge.
Just coming.
Frankie, I repeat, report to the bridge.
I will be there in just a moment.
Frankie, you're uncharacteristically calm about having to run around the ship like this.
Well, that's because with Xbox Game Pass and my ROG Ally, I can play all my games no matter where I am.
So you chose a deck building game to show off the power of your ROG Ally? Ew.
The science bay, the gondola, the dining car, even the caboose.
Some of those places you named are parts of a train, not parts of a spaceship.
Perhaps, but my point still stands. With Xbox Game Pass, I can play the hottest games on day one, like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and Ninja Gaiden 4, and I get in-game benefits in League of Legends, Rainbow Six Siege X, and more. Upgrading to Xbox Game Pass gets me EA Play, Ubisoft Plus Classics, and Fortnite Crew too. And I can play them on any screen I want, which is perfect because there are a ton of screens on this submarine.
Spaceship.
Train, sub, spaceship. Point is, I can play my games anywhere with Xbox Game Pass. And thanks to our partners over at Xbox, we're giving away a whole plethora of codes for Xbox Game Pass. Simply visit pcgamer.com/survey for your chance to win. And that's not all. One lucky Space Cadet will also find themselves the winner of a ROG Ally. Perfect for killing time in deep space.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I was given a ROG Ally, I'd enjoy using it, but I'm not going to spend $1,000 on it. No fucking way.
Humans. So easily distracted. On with the show, I guess. I understand getting excited about a game featuring a quintillion planets, but here's why a
right,
game
Flynn?
with just one planet made it onto our most wanted list.
Number 11. Light No Fire.
This is done by Hello Games?
It is I,
Wait, Hello Games, they did No Man's Sky.
Day 9, a member of PC Gamer's Intergalactic Council.
Day 9, please. We are not in the mood. Everybody's acting has been terabad today. You're not helping.
And let me tell you why I'm excited about Light No Fire. The scale is insane. You are doing survival crafting on an Earth-sized planet with rideable beasts and dragons and a literal ocean-sized oceans that you need boats piloted by multi-person crews just to be able to cross. And it's with this sort of scope and
That's
scale
cool.
that immediately you start to get a little nervous. What developer would I trust to deliver on these kinds of promises? Well, the developer is Hello Games. The same folks that released No Man's Sky in 2016 and then delivered 40 major updates for free. And it's that kind of dedication that gets me excited and confident that Light No Fire will be on a whole new level.
Okay, but hang on. Let's just clarify something here. One of the biggest reasons why they gave 40 free content updates to No Man's Sky is because when it launched, it was such a fucking disaster that nobody gave a shit. And, like, actively went out of their way to shit on Sean because he made all these fucking promises that he couldn't keep. Now, to be fair, from what I understand, the game is amazing now, and everybody has a lot of fun with it, and that's fantastic and good on them. But they did it to win their player base back because the game was absolute dog shit when it first came out. To the point where not only were people returning it, but they were also buying it specifically to never play so that they could leave really hateful and shitty comments in Steam about it. So they didn't have much of a choice. Just saying. I'm not saying they won't do a good job with this, but let's get the facts straight. Let's not try and fucking whitewash it here.
Across this magical land, a strange issue is occurring. Everyone has vanished. Meet Rel, a sassy and sharp-tongued sage, blessed with the magical powers that can reveal the secrets of the world. Equipped with a spellbook brimming with millions of magical combinations, it's time to free your imagination. Need to cross an electrified lagoon, or just smash straight through a puzzle? There's a spell for that, and likely a dozen more. Need to hold down a button? Duplicate yourself and turn into a puddle. Each spell rewards endless curiosity and creativity. Feeling lonely? Use a life spell on this rock, and now...
Why would you turn into a puddle if you need to hold down a button? Wouldn't you just run off the sides of the button?
Now it's your new best friend. Each spell reveals new discoveries and limitless horizons. Your journey's only just begun in Rel, warped worlds and troubled times.
What?
Oh, I'm going to enjoy it.
You! I should have known you were behind this chaos in my kingdom.
Rise, my little minions. Rise and join me. Become my underlings. Become my servants.
So, hot goth mommy vampire survivor simulator? I'm down. Are we trading babies? Wait, the baby won a knife fight. Short the baby? Space Warlord Baby Trading Simulator. Right. I'd try it. I'll be honest, I'd give it a shot.
As a computer, I've often wondered what the purpose of babies is. Now I know. To buy low and sell high.
True.
You can try your luck on the newborn stock market. The demo for Space Warlord Baby Trading Simulator is out today. Before we get to the top 10 most wanted, here's a trip down memory bank lane.
This is how AI takes over. What, by a space baby trading simulator?
Number 25, Reanimal. Number 24, Grave Seasons. Number 23, Lego Batman.
Okay, the Space Samurai game, Lego Batman,
Legacy of the Dark Knight. Number 22,
Clockwork Revolution.
Clockwork Revolution. Number 21,
Recur. Number 20.
PVKK.
KK.
So that's 4 so far for me.
19, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core. Number 18. Thick as Thieves. Number 17. Clive Barker's Hellraiser.
Hellraiser.
Number 16. Marvel's Blade.
I will add Blade to it, but I'm very cautious. So 6 games so far.
Number 15. Marvel Talk-On Fighting Souls. Number 14. Armor 4.
Same with Arma 4. I'll add it to my list, but again, I want to see gameplay, and I'm sincerely hoping that no more of their devs end up in jail because they are too stupid to look up laws.
Number 13. Star Wars Zero Company.
Zero Company I'm interested
Number
in.
12.
Dawn of War
Dawn of
4
War
definitely
4.
interested in.
Number 11. Light No Fire.
Light No Fire I'm interested in.
Number 10. Neo 3.
Ooh, okay. A little bit more Neo.
ニオ3ゼネラルプロデューサーの安田です。ニオ3プロデューサーの柴田です。今回は PC ゲーマーさんのモーストウォンテッドにフューチャーしていただいて本当にありがとうございます。
ニオ3は来年2026年2月6日に Steam 版を発売予定です。開発もいよいよ最終スパートに入りますので、皆様にお届けできるよう鋭意準備を進めております。
サムライと忍者の2つの戦闘スタイルで日本のさまざまな時代を戦い抜くバトルに皆様が飛び込んでくださるのを楽しみにしております。ニオ3の和風ダークファンタジーにぜひご期待ください。
Okay, fair enough. They only speak Japanese sold. That's fair. It looks like Terraria, but with Vikings. Could be good. Oh no. Oh no. Too many on the market. We don't need another one. You don't. I'll be honest. The only thing that turns me off about that game is the chibis. That's it. That's the only thing that turns me off about it. Everything else looked okay. If I'm being honest. Like, it looked fine. It's just the chibi characters that I was kind of like, I don't know. Or I should say chibi-ish. They're not really chibi. Ooh. This looks cool. This is like D&D meets Disco Elysium. Okay, fair. Side note, I have a new PC in the mail that should be here Monday. Nice, Flynn.
I've been computing one particular calculation for the last few thousand years, and I can finally confirm that teamwork does, in fact, make the dream work. For more evidence, here's a message from the team behind our next co-op friendly Most Wanted game.
I mean, here's the thing, Flynn. You might as well at this point, because RAM is going through the fucking roof anyway, so go overboard while you can.
Number 9. Big Walk.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Hello, my name is Cable, and on behalf of all of us at House and Panic, thank you so much for including Big Walk in this incredible list of most wanted games in 2026. We think Big Walk is shaping up to be something really special. So hang in there just a little bit longer, and we'll see you in Big Walk.
Only cost.
And I'm gonna take this thing off my head now.
Number 8. Onimusha, Way of the
Ooh,
Sword.
here we go. Onimusha, okay.
皆さんこんにちは。鬼武者ウェイオブザソードプロデューサーの門脇です。今回は PC ゲーミング賞モーストウォンテッドタイトルに選出いただき誠にありがとうございます。本作は1600年代の京都を舞台に主人公の宮本武蔵が異形玄魔と戦う剣撃アクションゲームです。こだわりのアクションに加え魅力的なキャラクターたちが登場するストーリーにもご期待ください。来年以降も多くの方にプレイいただける機会を用意できればと考えています。今後とも鬼武者をよろしくお願いいたします。
Okay. Fair enough. I'm an Onimusha fan.
I've dealt with a few bioorganic weapons in my time. The quadruple-mouthed Blazark of Omnium 4, the Hellbeast of Troll, Eric of Northampton. But even I might run in terror from the monsters in our next game, Resident Evil Requiem.
Okay, Resident Evil. I'm on board.
Resident Evil Requiem.
Hi, PC Gaming Show. I'm Andy Wong, Senior Manager of Social Media and Community here at Capcom. Thank you so much for naming Resident Evil Requiem as one of your most wanted games. We are in awe of how passionate the Resident Evil community has been and can't wait for you to meet our new protagonist, Grace Ashcroft.
Oh, you got a Zydax PC. You know, funny thing is when I was looking for a new PC, I completely forgot about Zydax. And I know Neebs Gaming uses Zydax, like, for literally everything that they do. I probably should have looked there, too.
In the meantime, I'd like to invite you to watch the Resident Evil Showcase happening early next year, where we'll do a deep dive on Resident Evil Requiem and share some of the horrors that will await you. Mark your calendars. You can pre-order now on PC via Steam and Epic Game Store, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and Nintendo Switch 2. From all of us here at Capcom, thank you so much, and we can't wait to see you back in Raccoon City, where it all began.
Okay, fair enough. I wish they'd showed us some gameplay, but, you know. They have a lifetime warranty? Damn, dude. That's insane. I don't have a lifetime warranty, but what I do have is, because I got mine through Best Buy. It's a, I buy power, but, so I bought the year warranty through Best Buy, and then if anything goes wrong after that, I have coverage, believe it or not, through Samsung, because I've been a customer of theirs for so many years. So if something goes wrong, my PC craps out for whatever reason or anything like that, they would actually just give me the money and replace the entire fucking thing. They shut you down real quick? Fair. Yeah, that's why I went. Neebs Gaming is how I learned about Zydax. Okay, yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, like, with me, I went with iBuyPower because I needed something, like, now. But I also ended up getting the warranty through Best Buy, and any and every time so far I've had any issues with something that I bought at Best Buy, believe it or not, they've actually been really fucking good with, like, all of their shit. So, yeah. Like, I gotta give it to Best Buy. It is very, very good, Spectre. Very good. They actually sent you pics of it being built. Who the hell does that? That's really awesome. That's really awesome. I like that. It's a Dusk Dungeon Crawler. Okay.
Baba, in here, the world opens like one of your letters. We once solved everything together. You made it all feel less impossible. Now, it is only me. You left me no instructions, just the echo of your step to follow. There's a door. Behind it, the silence is almost your voice.
Puzzle game, it looks like?
Perhaps it holds the answers. Perhaps it holds you.
House of Hinma?
If you're a fan of old houses, Easter eggs, and deeply connected universes, this next one's for you.
Number 6. Control 2.
No shit.
Fair warning. This is gonna be weirder.
Hikma, okay.
I am really excited for Control 2, and a big part of that is Sam Lake. I think he's the best creative director, he's the best writer, and his style, you know, his weirdness, the way he builds atmosphere and story, nobody else does it like he does. I love the first Control, just those vibes, mid-century modern style blended with crazy mysteries. So the idea of seeing all of that taken even further gets me genuinely hyped. I can't wait to see what Sam and the team do next, so Control 2 is my choice.
Wow.
Next up on our list is an action thriller from developers Liquid Swords. Dive into a crime-ridden underworld in Samson, where violence pays the rent.
Tindleston. Asshole.
That's a year ago. Control 2 teaser.
Everyone's either paying, collecting, or buried
Yeah,
in
they don't have
between.
anything.
My past mistakes are catching up. In this city, desperation's the currency. You can't outrun debt. You can't freeze interest. You can curl up and die in the street. Or you can fight the fuck back.
Samson. That actually kind of looks fun. That looks fun.
An old soldier's pendant. On the back, faint words are engraved. Elrad, I will return to my family.
Elrad, a child spins the pinwheel every day, waiting for you. I keep hoping someone might bring word of thee, or even something you left behind.
This looks very dark.
The wind blew again today. Mother says the wind is you.
And I don't mean like in terms of like the content. I mean literally the game is dark. It's very hard to see.
the steps never returned. Their waiting became the wind that circles the hill. Only the pinwheel remembers the love of a family.
Number 5.
Grand Theft Auto
Grand
6.
Theft Auto 6.
Fair. They're not
Grand
going to
Theft
show
Auto
anything
6,
new, though.
Where to start?
Guaranteed.
It's a game that's been in development for over a decade. Just that fact alone is wild.
Hands above your head, now!
You stay.
But couple that with it being perhaps the most anticipated game or even entertainment product ever, and that's putting a fair amount of pressure on Rockstar. So much so that it's been delayed twice now. But 2026 is currently the year of GTA 6. Not on PC, of course. There's a slightly unannounced longer wait for that version. But when it does arrive, it has the potential to change the landscape of gaming for another 10 years or more. Incredible then that we know next to nothing about the game itself. 2 trailers totaling about 4 minutes and around 70 screenshots have shown us a modern day Vice City and a host of characters that our leads, Jason and Lucia, will be interacting with in the biggest and most detailed GTA map Rockstar has ever created. I am so ready to jump into the world and can't wait to see more of it in the lead up to release.
Hey, if you got friends, can you hook me up, please?
I'm gonna be honest. The only reason why I'm interested in GTA 6 is because it's because of where it takes place. That's it. That's really all it is. That and the soundtrack. Like, I'm not even kidding. That is literally the only reasons I'm interested in GTA 6.
Probably not much of a shock to anyone that GTA 6 is one of our most wanted games, huh? And maybe the reason they haven't announced a PC release date is because they're planning to launch it on PC before consoles this time?
No.
Frankie, come on.
Before we continue with PC Gaming's most wanted list, it looks like we've received an important transmission from Earth. Rebuilt, reborn, reloaded. It looks like an arena shooter has returned. Better than ever. On screen.
Splitgate? Really?
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Watson, Design Director at 1047 Games, and I'm excited to finally announce that Splitgate is back. Since entering beta in May, we've heard the community loud and clear. We've been hard at work rebuilding the game from the ground up, taking the best of Splitgate 1 and Splitgate 2, removing what didn't work and refining what did. I'm stoked to share that Splitgate Arena Reloaded launches free to play December 17th on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Splitgate has always been a love letter to the arena shooters we grew up playing. Unreal Tournament, Quake, Halo, games that defined what made the genre special. With Arena Reloaded, our goal is to introduce that feeling to a whole new generation. We've done this by streamlining the core experience, deepening progression, and expanding what the game has to offer. We've removed factions and abilities, and focused on gunplay, portals, and above all else, fun. Just like those old LAN days. We've added player stats, leaderboards, a career system, and even overhauled our competitive experience for those who love to climb the ranks.
Yeah, it did.
Plus, we've got 5 new maps, 4 new weapons, new modes, and a whole lot more. We've got a lot to share in the coming weeks, so stay tuned to our channels for more updates. From the entire team here at 1047, see you in the arena, December 17th.
Also, he used Unreal Tournament and Halo, and then he said just like back in those LAN days, you didn't need LAN for Halo or Unreal Tournament because it had split screen. That was the whole point. And whatever. Huh. I mean, to be fair, Bloop, if they're going up against Halo Infinite, literally anything's going to be the Halo Infinite multiplayer killer, because Halo Infinite sucked. Springs Eternal. Okay.
Number 4.
Ooh.
Stranger Than Heaven.
Hell yeah, Stranger Than Heaven. I want this so bad.
Hey, how you doing? Dave Newblood here. We make that there Fallen Aces, so we know a thing or two about gangsters.
Oh,
And
God.
let me tell you, this Stranger Than Heaven, oh, baby. The only thing better than Yakuza is Yakuza with goons, if you know what I mean. Anyway, we've seen Sotenbori a lot of different ways, but I don't think we've ever seen it like this. If you know RGG, you know this game's gonna have action. It's gonna have drama. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, all you'll be able to say, arigato gozaimasu, ryogagato. Because RGG, they don't miss. Capiche?
That's true, they don't miss.
Hey, babe, how do you say gabagool in Japanese?
What are you then? Sana. 俺が知りてえや。
It's not really a dick move. Ink Blood. This looks interesting. Yeah, no, it's not really a dick move that they're unlisting Yakuza 0 for the Director's Cut edition, because the Director's Cut's going to be the definitive edition, right? So if you have Yakuza 0 already, you're only going to pay a fraction of the price to upgrade to the Director's Cut. What they're trying to do is get new people into the Yakuza franchise. So it doesn't make any sense if you have, say, Yakuza 0 at 40 or 50 bucks, and then you only charge like $15, which only brings it up to like 65, when you can charge 70 to somebody brand new who's never played it before. Plus, they'd have to go through more steps just to save $5. What's the point? Like, let me put it this way, Spectre. What would you rather have them do? Would you rather have them leave the original Yakuza 0 on Steam so that people can look and go, you can get the definitive edition of Yakuza 0 for 70 bucks, or you can get the shittier version of the same game for less money? What? Why? Why would they do that? Okay, this doesn't look terrible. Windrose. Okay, not bad.
Strap in, because we're about to jump into hyperspace and reveal our top 3 most wanted games. But first, a quick recap of what we've just seen.
Number 10, sharpen your blades for Team Ninja's Neo 3. At number 9, grab your buddies for some co-op fun in Big Walk. Another samurai appeared at number 8, Onimusha Way of the Sword, in our 7th most wanted game, Resident Evil Requiem. Control 2 levitated its way into number 6 on our list, and GTA 6 crashed a stolen car into 5th place. At number 4 is noir thriller Stranger Than Heaven.
Now onto the games at the very top of our most wanted list.
Okay.
And I think you'll agree, this one is pretty sweet.
Okay, what do you got?
Number 3, Haunted Chocolatier.
I'm going to be honest. Before we see anything about Haunted Chocolatier, I am actually kind of excited for this one. Director's Cut, the new content it brings is negligible, and they raised the price. Right. But so what? Like, it's their right to do so and to raise the price, but think about it this way. It's also going to be polished, right? And it's going to be more polished than the original Yakuza 0, because they can't just shoehorn in new shit and then just do, oh, well, I mean, the other stuff, fuck it, right? We're just going to keep it as old as it is. So they have to repolish everything to make sure that it's up to the same standards. And then on top of that, they're going to offer you the shittier version of their game when they came out with a more definitive version, so that you can buy it and then you can get the upgrade to the director's cut, which saves you a grand total of $5. That's it? That's all you're gonna get out of it? You're gonna save $5 to do the same thing with more steps. That doesn't make any sense. People are gonna buy the director's cut out of convenience.
As someone who works in games, I know that good things, they come to those who wait. But that doesn't stop me from being so excited and putting The Haunted Chocolatier really high on my most wanted list. The idea that everything that we love about Stardew Valley will be there, but with an added spooky, ghostly, paranormal twist, you could say that it really, really appeals to my horror sensibilities. But, you know, no rush. Kind of.
Yeah, it's still in development. Son of a bitch.
I Spy with My Little Eye, the #2 game on our most wanted list. And it's a game about the world's greatest spy. Let's open our top secret file on 007 First Light.
Fair enough. I do want First Light.
2. 007 First Light.
I'm not loving the odds.
No, I've had worse.
Well, in that case.
Well, what are we waiting for? No sign of 009.
We need to inform M.
No time. I'm going after him. Make him call off the attack.
Are you out of your mind?
I'll be careful. He'd been the phone.
Go to the security room, first floor.
And you are?
Rob Minkley.
He's with me.
Come on, Moneypenny. If I lose the trail, we'll never know who they're working for.
Oi, you lads got a faulty coffee machine? I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
You're not, Damien. Meet
Bond. James Bond.
If 009 slips through our fingers, we're the last line of defense.
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Flynn. I hope they do absolutely everything to separate themselves from GoldenEye.
Tell me you caught him.
Any sage advice?
play nice.
Always.
Yeah, I sincerely hope that they do everything in their power to distance themselves from GoldenEye, and here's why. Because the general audiences that are going to be playing this game haven't even seen most of the movies. Okay? And the reason I say that is because there are people that I've had conversations with in this chat who are not here right now, but in this chat, who have asked me stuff like, well, what's the most iconic gun that Bond has ever used? And I go, well, I mean, there's the Walter PPK, which is a huge one. That's like his primary gun and has been for the longest time. They go, well, what about the golden gun? What about the golden gun? You realize most people don't even know that the golden gun was never used by James Bond. It was a bad guy gun. It was literally used by Scaramanga, who was played by Christopher Lee in one of arguably the shittiest James Bond movies. I hope they do anything and everything in their power to distance themselves from GoldenEye.
Danger. The emergency destruct system is now activated.
What? Why?
Did I say emergency destruct? I meant our most wanted game.
The movie that the Golden Gun is in is pretty fucking awful. I'm not even, like, I wish I was being hyperbolic, but it's really bad. It's Roger Moore James Bond, and Roger Moore James Bond literally is trying to investigate where there is some sort of assassin who can kill somebody with golden bullets. And he finds himself in the middle of nowhere fighting an entire African voodoo tribe to get to a white guy that has a golden gun that is literally taken apart from and put together to resemble a gun, but is originally part of a suitcase. And the general audiences are sitting there going, well, the Golden Gun's the iconic Bond gun. No, it isn't. It was in one shitty Roger Moore Bond movie. And it was used by the bad guy. And it was only used like a grand total of twice throughout the entire movie. And then you saw it towards the end, and then nothing happened. Bad guy dies. That's it.
And I didn't mean danger. I meant good news.
You're a very weird ship. But yes, we've blasted through 24 games and we've only got one left on our most wanted list. It's the one our wise council of developers, content creators, and critics have agreed is the most wanted in the sheer galaxy of games headed our way. I hope you're feeling as inspired as we are, because we're putting all our cards on
Sean
the table.
Connery pick was in your man cave? Fair. Sean Connery is the best Bond ever.
Number one most wanted game. Slay the Spire 2.
Slay the Spire 2. You mean to tell me that Slay the Spire 2 is wanted more so than Grand Theft Auto 6? Really?
Honestly, it's incredibly humbling and awesome that we're number one. I remember a distinct moment when I was walking down the street with my wife when we first started working on Slay the Spire, and I was saying how great it would be if we sold enough copies that quitting my software job wasn't just the worst financial decision in the world. And now here we are, and it's just like mind-blowing. I've definitely thought about what makes Slay the Spire so compelling to people and how I can make it better into Slay the Spire 2. The thing that makes games, and in particular card games, so engaging is that they're a series of discrete, meaningful choices. Usually they're pretty comprehensible, like you're not overwhelmed with just this infinite array of things, and you can say, okay, if I do this, it's gonna have this impact, and if I do this, it's gonna have this impact. And distilling down on that strong, distinct choice that the player can look back on and be like, oh, I messed up here. That's like the key of deck builders and why they work so well.
Every choice you make is like hard. That's kind of like the essence, I think, of deck builders, is having every single choice be quite difficult. You choose a card, generally about 3 cards per turn. And so each of those choices, if they're not difficult, you're gonna just feel like you're just pushing buttons. If you're new to deck builders, we tend to put a lot of tutorials in that detect when you're confused. So we really try to gently guide people into playing the game. But you know, it's okay. I think if the game launches pretty popular, you should be able to have some friends to help you too.
One of the big differences between Slay the Spire 1 and 2 is that we have grown our team up and actually scale up so we can make kind of just a bigger game overall. The art is way more polished. There's more animations, more visual effects. There's more characters, more events, more relics, more cards. Returning characters have totally different card pools with new cards as well. In addition, we've tried to expand out some of the play space for what you can do with cards and other things in this game. So you can apply enchantments to your cards to modify them and make them more powerful. Enemies can also mess with your cards in ways they couldn't before. You also have new quest events where you can engage with the event system in a different way than you could in Slay the Spire 1. So lots of little things that I think add up
same
to a much
medicine.
bigger whole. In addition to writing significantly more lore, with Slay the Spire 2, we have a whole new mechanic based around the lore, and I don't want to say how it works or anything, but we call it the timeline, and it's going to give the players just way more information about the game world, the actors in it, and just everything about it. Just everything is kind of bigger than it was in Slay the Spire 1.
I think in a given week, Anthony will give us maybe like 20 to 30 different changes, again, ranging from again, tweaking numbers or even just cutting cards altogether, adding new ones. I think over the course of the game, let's say every character has 60 cards. I think they've gone through at least 100, 200 versions, like actually design cards that have been cut or remade over the course of the last, say, 3-4 years.
The analogy that I always use for game design, and in particular card game design, is that it's kind of like you're a butcher. You generate like thousands, tens of thousands of different ideas, and then you look at them all and then you go, these are bad, and you just cut them all away, and this constant culling process. And then the ones you do keep, then you're usually changing all of those and refining them. Very rarely is there just this golden idea you keep from start to finish. Those are incredibly rare, and most of it is like this incredibly destructive process, and that's what I think makes game development so interesting and different than other creative mediums. The Necrobinder is the newest character we revealed information on for Slay the Spire 2, and she's got several different archetypes she can go into.
Gentlemen, it's great to see you again, Flynn. Have yourself a great night. Always appreciate you being here, buddy, and we will see you next time.
Defenses on him so that he can take hits for her.
So the Necrobinder is supposed to be a more complex character compared to the Ironclad and Silent. She has a pet. She has a pet hand named Osti. It's a big hand. Osti gets bigger and bigger the more HP it has, which is very funny, so I highly recommend making Osti huge.
Another is she can doom enemies, which has kind of a risk-reward nature to it because the enemies will still get to attack you on the turn that they're going to die. She has a souls-based mechanic where she's drawing tons and tons of cards, but it's kind of hard and slow to get going. And she's got also lots of other little archetypes that she can kind of blend into the other ones. And I think she's our most complicated character to play so far, and I think Slay the Spire 1 players will really enjoy her.
When we're describing sort of the aesthetic of Slay the Spire and Slay the Spire 2, it really is, I don't know a better way to describe it except grimdark with whimsy in it. Like, you will kind of meet these really horrifying monsters or, like, you know, eldritch horrors in a way, and then you'll also do an event where there's like a goblin there wearing a suit that wants to spin a wheel with you. So I think it's a very unique balance of aesthetics in there that you're trying to, you know, make a serious fantasy world, but have some fun with it and have some weirdness injected into it.
I'm not sure why, but I feel like our artists really enjoy making cute things or gross things. So there's a lot of oozy things and a lot of cute enemies, and that's okay, you know? I don't think Slay the Spire has to be gothic, blood flying everywhere, ripping hearts out.
We are working on a sequel to a game that kind of has an established visual style that people, I think, really attach to. I think players attach to it because this is a game that some people, you know, play for hundreds of hours and they remember it so fondly, and we want to be able to provide them like a recognizable space, but also upgrade it in a way that it does look new, it does look fresh, it does look like a sequel.
I definitely had some hesitation with working on a sequel because oftentimes they don't hit as hard, or you're kind of like, why was a sequel made? To me, actually, that made it kind of interesting because trying to figure out new twists that you can do while still keeping kind of the same core formula or keeping the fans happy was actually an interesting question that I was kind of interested to dive into. I'm happy we're launching into early access. For Slay the Spire 1,
Early access? Ew, no thanks.
Engage. Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Engage.
Engage what? There are 943 different systems on this starship. Which would you like me to engage? The deep fryer? The air fresheners? The zero-gravity ping-pong table? Be specific.
You know, just engage. Engage the engines or thrusters or whatever. The go fast lever. Whatever makes the ship go boom with the lines coming out the back.
The hyperdrive.
Yes, that! Engage!
Jumping to light speed in 3, 2...
Wait, we have a zero-gravity ping-pong table? Can I play with that before we...
1.
Also, they have no idea what a bit rate is. Just saying. This is not my video. This is literally with all the crap all over the screen. Their bit rate took a shit, so you can't see what the hell's happening here. Well, I'm going to be honest, that was kind of underwhelming. Maybe a third of the games I was kind of interested in. Maybe. So let's just skip ahead to this. Xenosis talks about the huge changes that are coming to FF14.
For those of you that don't know, Yoshi P recently came out with a statement about glamour and the mods and all that shit. And basically, more or less, the statement said this: they don't care if you use UI mods or glamour mods that are only cosmetic, other people can't see them, and that don't affect other people. So as long as it doesn't change the game, it doesn't affect other people, and other people can't see it on their screen, then they don't care. So I'll give you an example. A beard mod. Now, these are the mods they're talking about. Now, you see I got these badass tattoos, right? I got these badass tattoos. I got this badass fucking beard, okay? These are the mods they're talking about because no one else can see them. It doesn't affect gameplay at all, and it's, like, perfectly legal. You know what I mean? Now, when I say legal, I mean it's not like two characters fucking or there's a dick or, you know, shit like that. That's what I mean. So these are the type of mods that they don't give a shit about. Okay?
I want you to keep shining up there.
Hell yeah, brother. So I want it to be clear. For all of those meat riders and sheep that are like mods are bad, Yoshi P is basically calling you guys fucking idiots. And he's telling you to shut the fuck up because they don't care.
Good.
They don't care. So if you're one of those people that are like, oh, mods are bad. Mods are bad. No, you're wrong. You are literally wrong in every sense. Because they literally have just said they don't give a fuck. Now,
okay, but to be fair, that's never what they said. They specifically stated that when it came to mods, the problem with mods was more along the lines of the fact that it was such a tough thing to sit there and go, okay, these mods work and these mods don't. And the reason why is because there are certain mods that they don't have a problem with, like, you know, what Xenosis just showed. There are other mods that can interfere with somebody's gameplay. So, like he said, you see two people fucking, you see a dick, you see a pair of, you know, tits that are, you know, larger than a Volkswagen, right? Now all of a sudden they have pubic hair mods for vaginas and like all this other, and it's like, okay, but that's not what the game was meant for. So that's kind of a gray area. The other problem is that what happens when you have something that's not, you have something that hasn't been approved by Squeenix, and now all of a sudden there's a bunch of people who just lost all of their shit on their accounts. What is Squeenix supposed to do? You might as well sit there and be like, you might as well be calling the cops and go, hey, yeah, no, I'd like to report a crime because I went to go buy weed from this guy, and then I did, but then he kicked the shit out of me and stole all his weed back and my money. Like, what did you think was going to happen, dummy? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of always been the problem with mods.
That was before. This I briefly saw, but I want to look at it again. Let's see. Also separately, Yoshi P made a bit more clarity on his stance on mods from recent interview. Yes, and while we're on the topic, I want to talk about mods too. As I wrote in the official statement on the Lodestone, I'm personally tolerant of mod culture as long as it stays within the bounds of fun that companies can trust. Okay, so this right here, this is the statement that I was just talking about. Mods that are fun that companies can trust and are safe for work, okay? Everything I just showed you is exactly that. None of my tattoos were like, you know, not safe for work, the beard, that type of shit, okay? Anything that harms the business is absolutely not okay. That crosses the line from culture into something else.
True.
I wish he would be a little bit more clear on this. You know, I mean, we all have our assumptions and stuff, but just for like even more clarity, I kind of wish he would be more clear.
True. I can understand that.
That's why we issued statements about certain tools, and some players said, I was only able to enjoy 14 because of those tools. So here's the thing. There are people, myself included, that cannot play this game without mods. I'm too far. I can't fucking do it anymore. I can play 14 without mods for a certain amount of time. So, like, I'll give you an example. When I do hardcore prog, I always expect no mods to be available, and that's fine. Because at that point, it's business. So when I play this game, I have two different mentalities. I have a business mentality, and I have an overall casual fun mentality. 99% of the time, I'm an overall casual fun mentality. 1% of the time, I'm business mentality. So when I do hardcore prog, and I do a fight for the first time, I try as hard as I can. I expect there to be no mods at all. And that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine because my mentality is not about fun. It's about getting shit done.
True.
But after that prog is over, I want to have fun with the game. How do I want to have fun with the game? I want to have a fucking beard. I want to have tattoos. I want to backflip into the moon. I want to be fucking stupid. And a lot of people share my mentality. More people than you probably think share my mentality. Okay? There are literally millions and millions of downloads on these fucking mods and shit, man.
Oh, God,
I would
yeah.
say there's actually more players that are into mods than players that are not into mods. At least here in NA. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I guess I don't have any data to, like, back that up. But I do believe that. All your friends use mods? Exactly.
There are tons of people.
All my friends use mods.
Tons and tons and tons of people that use mods.
I don't know a single person that doesn't use mods. And I'm serious. Now, are there people that don't use mods? Absolutely. They're called console players. You hear that, Lil Zames? Anyway, let's see. That's why we issued statements about certain tools, and some players said I was only able to enjoy 14 because of those tools. That ties directly into the glamour change. The glamour change that they're talking about, they're removing all restrictions on all glamour.
Yeah.
So any class can equip any fucking piece of gear outside of like racial stuff. To my knowledge, maybe they're even going to change that too. I don't know. Who knows? Instead of restricting via systems, leaving playstyle up to the players actually prevents harmful tools from proliferating.
True.
This was another reason we decided to update quickly.
Yeah.
Yes, they are aware. They are fully aware. Okay? There is literally nothing they can do that is going to prevent mods.
That's
there
true.
Are measures that'll make it insanely difficult, but they will literally kill their game. They don't want to do that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Well, and here's the other thing too. And I don't know if Zeno is going to bring this up. The other issue with Final Fantasy XIV is that the game itself is incredibly antiquated in terms of the system that it runs on. And they have a very set schedule in terms of things that they need to do for content and bringing in new dungeons and bringing in new raids and doing more MSQ and like coming up with storyline and getting the music done and getting the animations done and bringing in new characters and like so on and so forth. They don't have time 99% of the time to go back and go, okay, so we're going to sit there and watch everybody like a fucking hawk to make sure that you guys aren't using shit that you're not supposed to. And even, Yoshi P is like, hey, listen, you want a fucking beard? Get a fucking beard. I don't give a shit. It's not hurting me. It's not hurting you. It's not hurting anybody else. So you want to do that kind of mod? Totally fair. What we don't want is we don't want somebody who's a new player walking into Limsa Lominsa and like instead of just seeing like 30 or 40 different bunny girls standing around and all doing the same dance while they're AFK, which although by the way is hot, instead of them seeing that, they're watching all these bunny girls fucking scissor each other, and they've only been playing the game for like 10 minutes. You know what like that's what they don't want to happen. But there's no way for Squeenix to approve or disapprove because it opens up this whole can of worms that they don't have the time. They're constantly trying to keep putting stuff together and cobble stuff together on what essentially is spaghetti code from a game that bombed the better part of like 15 years ago. Right? And then they had to redo the entire thing to make it into 2.0, which is ARR. And even then, you're talking about like middle of the road towards late, towards like getting closer to end of life PS3 graphics and code and and it's like constantly trying to update that in 2025 going into 2026 is very, very, very difficult. So yeah, I get exactly what he's saying 100%, and I don't think anybody should be disagreeing on that whatsoever. It's the fact that Squeenix just doesn't have the time, and they can't verify or not verify all this other shit because it's such a massive gray area, right? It is, and there have been a lot of people who've been screwed in the past.
For them to do that, okay? Because at the end of the day, as Yoshi said, he doesn't even give a fuck about mods, man. He doesn't care as long as it's in reason.
Yeah.
Okay? So why the fuck are they going to try to fight this battle that they're not going to win? Like, they're not going to win this battle. Okay? They're either going to, one, ruin and damage their reputation and piss off the players. And for what? For what? What is the gain here? So people can't use a beard mod? Like, that's fucking stupid. Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's really stupid.
It's going to cost them more money for literally no gain. So let's say that they do this, right? What are they gaining? They're gaining literally nothing, So
that's true.
They are fully aware of this.
Yeah.
And they're trying to work with players.
Yes.
They are. I believe that they are. Okay, I believe that they are for two reasons. One, because they know they can't really fight it. But two, it's just a smart thing to do.
It is.
It's just the smart thing to do.
Well, and again, what happens, like, you're going to have to, Squeenix is going to have to take one of their lawyers, make sure that they're actively on retainer so that they can write up stuff, whether it be for in Japan or whether it be internationally, and one is going to cost vastly more money than the other so that they can... and then they're going to probably have to hire somebody to investigate and figure out where the creator of the mod is so that then they can have the lawyer that they have on active retainer do whatever they need to do to send them a cease and desist letter. And let's say that mod creator goes, yeah, no, Squeenix, you can go fuck yourself. Now they have to go through the process of filing all the paperwork to send somebody over to, let's say, the States so that they can, on behalf of Square Enix, take somebody to court to sue them so that they stop making and it's like, even if they win, they lose because they're spending tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to get one person to go, okay, I won't do that anymore. It's a lose-lose situation.
Because it makes people happy. Okay? Because at the end of the day, it makes people happy.
It does make people happy.
I always use ACT as an example.
Yep.
I used to stream with ACT on screen. I used to stream with ACT on screen for years.
Yep.
Years and years and years. And I never got banned. Never, not once. And you know why? Because I was never harmful with it.
True.
I never harassed anybody. I never shit on anybody. I never did anything like that. They don't care about if you use tools. They care about the harassment. They care about you affecting another player's gameplay.
100%.
Why did I stop? I stopped because I put something more toxic on the screen, and that's Twitch chat. So it was actually an upgrade because where Twitch chat was where my parser was. So that's why. So, okay, anyway, so let's read this, man. Final Fantasy 14 patch 7.4, director Yoshi P. The Glacia Laboris Extermination Battle. What the fuck? What was that? The trial? Will be a logic-based battle. The patch 7.4 series will include a new main quest, as well as the third and final heavyweight raid in Arcadia. Other planned content includes a trial against Glacia, I don't know who this is, and the Merchant's Tale.
Merchant?
Variant dungeon, an adventure through a world. Okay, so so the
also,
variant
by
dungeon.
the way, I think the only thing I missed 7.3 And I'm probably going to miss 7.4 and possibly 7.5. And the only reason why I'm going to miss those, and maybe 7.55, but the only reason I'm going to miss those is because, unfortunately, unless I'm like constantly playing and I'm constantly doing trials or I'm constantly doing raids and I'm progging and everything like that, which I'm not, because I like, when I've tried in the past or I really wanted to, I wasn't able to get the group of people together that I wanted to be able to do because of timing and everything like that. And that's okay. But unless I'm doing all that stuff, it doesn't make any sense for me to constantly just go, okay, well, I need to pay X amount every single month for something that I'm not going to be using. So it doesn't make any sense for me to go, okay, well, I did 7.2. Now I'm going to stop, paying the subscription. And now I'm going to wait 6 months so that I can pay for 1 month. And I'm only going to be maybe using like 3-4 days of it so that I can not use it again after that 3-4 days, which is just a waste of money, all because I ended up getting like maybe 6 hours worth of content out of it for a game that I'm not going to touch for at least another 6 months. Right? So the only reason I'm waiting is so that once it gets closer to, say, 8.0, I can turn around and go, okay, 8.0 is X amount of time away, which means I have X amount of time in order to go through all this shit, do all the raids, do all the dungeons, do the patch quests and everything else, so that when 8.0 comes out, I am ready to fucking go. That's what I want to do.
Key points to look out for patch 7.4, the new
I do miss it,
which
but
received a huge response on social media when the previous interview was released, was also mentioned, so be sure to keep out for patch 7.4. Okay, yeah. First, please tell us about the patch title. Okay, the patch art was developed. Okay, I mean, patch art looks cool.
The Battle of the Heavyweights. Young Horschfont.
Or wait, who? No,
that's
Louis Suave.
I was gonna say that's not Horschfont. If it was the Battle of the Heavyweights and Horschfont was in there, he'd just automatically lose. You want to know why? Because Horschfont is underneath a tombstone. So it'd just be battle starts and then battle immediately ends.
The Warrior of Light.
The patch art was developed based on ideas submitted by the Scenario team. Since this marks the finale of the Arcadia, the Seat of the Supreme raid series, we discussed and decided on an image reminiscent of the posters for the final battles of world-famous professional wrestling matches. Of course, the more characters we drew, the more work the artist had to do. However, Yusuke Mogi, who handled the art for this, really seemed to enjoy the style. I participated in various game and anime events around the world this year, and the sheer number of people cosplaying as warriors from Arcadia may have had an impact. Regarding the patch title, we decided early on to use the words mist and fog. Furthermore, Arcadia, the Japanese word for utopia, is a word with a double meaning. You won't understand until you actually play the game, but if you look at it again after completing the main quest and raid story, I think the title will fit in with both.
Okay.
The main story, which will likely be the first step towards the next development, will also involve the word utopia. Okay. I didn't really do the story, so I don't know. I heard it was shit, and then it got better. The story leading up to the next.
I mean, that's. I don't even know if it got better is something I'd say for Dawn Trail. Like, I really hate to put it this way, I really do, but Dawn Trail, in my opinion, was a mess. We didn't get to do the things that were insinuated that we would be able to do for Dawn Trail, and it literally just turned into babysitting the season for about half of it, and then the story ended, and then we got thrown into Night City in Cyberpunk 2077, where we did basically a fuck ton of nothing for the entire end of the game. That's pretty much what we did, right? We got a couple of cool battles, we got a couple of cool dungeons, we got a couple of cool raids, and that was all fun and everything. And then like the last like fucking 12 hours is literally just walking around listening to people going, I really wish I was dead. I'm not even kidding. That's the entire fucking like last 12 hours of the game. So it goes shit, surprising, boring, and that's about it.
But we'll begin in earnest in patch 7.5.
I'll be right back.
7.4 can be thought of as
I'm just grabbing something really quick.
Story up to the point. Golden Legacies. The theme of the game was summer vacation for Warriors of Light, and now that summer vacation is over. It's like starting your final homework and feeling like the new semester is about to begin. I just finished checking and giving feedback on all the main scenario quests late last night. Has turned out to be very cohesive. In the original 14, a character called...
That didn't
the
sound like a
Sage
regular Friday night.
appeared, and the player was more of a bystander. What?
What's
Maybe
going
this
on,
is
Touch?
Bad translation. With the Rebirth, we created a story where players themselves are the protagonists. Oh, wait. Oh, no. They're talking about 1.0. We created a story where players themselves are the protagonists. We wrote a scenario in which the members of the Dawn Guard are torn apart. After that, we depicted their reunion in the main quest.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we've beautifully depicted the first half of their lives up to that point. However, at the same time, I felt there was one character that they hadn't fully developed. The main theme of patch 7.4 is to bridge the gap to the next story, with the point being the central focus of the current story. As the story of 7.4 reaches its final stage, we'll finally begin to hear about what is the key. What the fuck are they talking about? Okay,
Yeah.
and the story of the stars and worlds that lie beyond.
Okay.
I think that's where it ends. Oh, sweet. I really like space. Hopefully we go back to space. Instead, the main story of patch 7.5 unfolds at a furious pace.
Okay.
In the previous 6.x series, we spent a considerable amount of time neatly depicting the stories of the 13th world and Zero.
Yep.
We felt that the transition to the beginning of the next big story, in other words, Golden Legacy, was weak. Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's good. They're like, yeah, sorry, the story sucked.
It did.
Okay. I mean, hey, man, you got to give... Dude, they admitted it.
They
You gotta
did.
give them credit where credit's due.
Yeah,
This time
absolutely.
After patch 7.4 was released on December 16th. Heavyweight will be released on January 6th, so there'll be a long gap until Savage. The reason for this was explained in the 89th public live letter, but the adjustments to Savage taking this into account for the gap in time. Okay, here we go. This is a good question.
Okay.
Since the time between the release of Savage and the release of our previous even number patches will be longer than usual, players' item levels will be higher than usual when Savage is released. We've made balanced adjustments to take into account the increase in item level so that the challenge remains the same. Okay, please rest assured that these adjustments are not to forcefully make it more difficult due to the gap between games or times, but rather to keep the challenge as normal. For those aiming to clear first week, there will be no problem as long as you prepare your gear properly as usual. For those who are clearing the game later, the required item level will be higher than usual. So I plan to adjust this using echo value we'll be implementing in the future. Square Enix does not know how to do this. I don't think
they
they've
don't.
done this successfully a single fucking time. Every time they do this, it's either way too lenient or way too hard. So, in my opinion, you should prepare to have your ass completely fucking blasted by this raid tier.
I agree.
You should prepare for this raid tier to be very hard.
I totally agree.
You should be prepared for another Abyssos.
Yes.
And the reason why is because they don't know how to balance. They don't. They fucked up the first raid tier of this expansion. They fucked up Abyssos. They fucked up Shiva. Okay? They don't know how to do this. Now, I think that this is going to be overtuned. I think that if you don't play meta, you're going to have problems killing the boss. That's what I think. And you know what? If I'm wrong, that's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing. So you better hope that I'm wrong, okay? Because I always like to prepare for the worst. And the worst is you're going to have a DPS check that is going to be crazy fucking tight.
Yep.
You're going to have to run meta.
Yep.
So if you're looking to clear this the first week, I would go in with the mentality that you need to play meta for the final turn. For the first three, it kind of doesn't matter. So basically the meta is the comp that will give you the highest advantage to clear. Now that advantage can be like DPS, mitigation, flexibility on ranged. It can be a lot of different factors. But basically the meta, quote unquote meta, is the best of the best, like the best 8 classes all put together. We can look at tanks. So actually Dark Knight kind of sucks. Okay. You know, that's crazy.
So let me see. So Gunbreaker right now is the best, followed by Paladin, followed by Dark Knight. I don't know what's behind his head, so I couldn't tell you. So basically, it looks like Gunbreaker and Paladin are going to be main tanks, and Dark Knight and probably Warrior are going to be off tanks. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of a bummer, but they still have a job. right? Ideally, though, you want Gunbreaker and Paladin.
Actually. Damn, really? Warrior puts more into raid buffs? Huh. That's crazy. Dude, look how...
Hang on.
Damn, really? Warrior puts more into raid buffs?
So Gunbreaker, Warrior, Paladin, I'm assuming Dark Knight on the bottom.
Huh. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, look how balanced these three are.
Yep.
And then look at Gunbreaker.
Yeah, Gunbreaker's insane.
When you want shit done, you bring in the motherfucking gun, bro.
Yeah, it's true.
I probably will be playing Gunbreaker. It's your destiny. We can look at 95%. You know, Warrior's pretty good, actually. What the fuck? They all seem pretty close except for Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker's a little bit ahead. Okay, let's see. That's right. Even if you don't want to go all the way through the game, I hope you'll just make sure to buy the new equipment and collect the 450 weekly tombstones. With the raid content in patch 7.x, we've been creating it with a goal of creating more enjoyable battle content that encourages free imagination rather than focusing on difficulty. So I hope you enjoy the heavyweight raids that were created with that in mind. Okay. Just because there are 4 of them doesn't mean you'll simply fight each of them on 1 through 4. I didn't say that all the enemies you'll fight are depicted in the patch art. Maybe the statue-like figure in the center is the character you'll face at the end. I hope you'll enjoy playing the game and make your own guesses. Yo, you think there's going to be a door boss, guys? I think there's going to be a door boss. By the way, has Yoshida-san finished the test play? The normal version has been completely fixed, including the balance. Okay. And the Savage version is currently undergoing adjustments. Why would you even mention balance in the fucking normal mode, dude? Who cares? Even after I finish checking the Savage version, we'll continue adjusting the values until the very last minute. The final adjustments for Extreme and Savage will inevitably be made towards the end of the schedule. During the test play of normal version, how fun did you think the battles were? Dude, like, what kind of question is this, man? This question is so stupid. Like,
well,
okay, look. All right, look. I'm going to be real. I haven't read the answer yet. But do you really think that he's going to be like, oh, no, they're boring. They kind of suck dick, you know? Like, no. Like, of course he's going to fucking glaze it, bro. Like in the previous...
Well, I mean, yes, he's going to glaze it because of the way that the question is being asked. But what I think is trying to be asked is, like, what about the battles to you is exciting? So, for instance, there are battles in FF14 where you do, say, like, a little bit of actual fighting, and then the majority of it is, okay, well, you know, there's like a math problem, but it's wrapped inside a riddle, and you have to kind of figure it out, and, you know, other people who come in and help play and or are playing the raid with you and whatnot, they've done it God knows how many times, and, you know, you finally kind of get to figure it out a little bit, and if you do it correctly, you don't die, right? Which that's kind of a big thing. That's the gimmick. So I think what they're trying to ask is, like, what to you about the battles is fun, not how fun did you think the battles were. I mean, like, yes, that is a very low-hanging fruit, low-ball question, and I agree. Very, very, very softball, for sure. Of course, Yoshi P is going to absolutely, like, he's going to gloss it, 1,000,000%. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's literally something that was asked because they had to go through a translator, versus just being able to ask the question the way that they really, really, really wanted to.
Arcadia, each floor is completely different in nature. Is a third installment in the raid series, which has been focused on individuality and distinctiveness of the characters. I think it has been completed exactly as a concept. I think it has a great level of difficulty for a normal raid. It is easier to clear than the extreme version, but if you are taking on the raid for the first time with 8 people, you may find it difficult. There is some time until the release of Savage, so I hope you will enjoy it while taking your time to explore the story. Bro, he didn't even answer the question. The question was, how fun was it? This motherfucker didn't even answer the question. Damn, maybe it sucks. Maybe I'm wrong. Holy shit, maybe I was wrong. Maybe that's the answer. He didn't say it was fun. I stand corrected. This is a bit off topic, but I'd like to ask about the extreme raids. In the previous interview, you said the next extreme raid was planned for implementation. Since the public live letter didn't mention an extreme raid as part of the content, will it be released in... What? The next ultimate is planned for release in 7.5. However, it will not be implemented at the same time. This is because we want you to thoroughly enjoy the main story. That said, there are some people who will take months to complete the Ultimate, so we don't intend to delay the release date too much. We are thinking of releasing it a few weeks after patch 7.5. This is normal.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, a few weeks? What the fuck? You mean 2, bro? You mean 2? That's what you meant to say. Not a few. You meant 2.
Yeah, okay. Again, I think that's a translation issue. I don't necessarily think that is word for word what Yoshi P said. Yoshi P is well aware that they typically do 2 weeks between something like the new Ultimate and the last patch. He's more than well aware. So, yeah. I mean, I very well could be wrong, but I kind of feel like that's a translation issue.
That better be a fucking goddamn mistranslation. I know there's a W in the word 2 and few, and I know they're both 3 letters, so I'm going to take it as a mistranslation. The fucking JP character was probably like this when it should have been like this, you know? Probably a little bit of mistranslation. However, this is a very elaborate piece of content, so depending on the implementation of balance adjustments, the release date may be delayed. Even so, we would like to release it at a time not too late in 7.5. Okay, well, this is fucking concerning. The release date may be delayed based on balance and implementation adjustments. All right, well, we're not pissed yet. We're not pissed yet.
Yeah.
If this shit isn't in, we're going to be super fucking pissed. We're not pissed yet, but we're on the edge of our seat. I'm curious about what kind of enemies we'll be fighting in the next extreme. We'll have to wait a while before announcing the next ultimate theme. Oh, okay, so when he says extreme, he means ultimate, right? Okay, yeah. All I can say now is that it will definitely be something that will surprise you with a wow. It's quite new content, and we've had the help of many people, so please look forward to it. Okay. This time's variant dungeon has added new content called Advanced Variant Dungeon. The planning for this new variant dungeon was handled by the same staff. Oh, hold on. Before we read this, before we read this, I just want to say that you motherfuckers are welcome. You guys are welcome. You know why? Because all of this shit, this is my idea. This is yet another fucking idea from me that they have
shut the fuck up?
When incorporating feedback from Xenosis Vex, we received straightforward feedback that high difficulty content that only strengthens enemy stats and limits resurrection isn't interesting. Xenosis Vex. This was also a significant request for, if you're going to make the bosses stronger, at least change their mechanics. Xenosis Vex. In addition, due to the weak rewards, there was also feedback within the development team that motivation was to play was low.
This guy does not look like an FF14 player, more like Diablo 4. So he's not really an MSQ guy. He is more of a raid guy. Which is fine. But even he has come out and said that he does primarily the raids. He does the trials, shit like that. When it comes to the story, he doesn't really care. He doesn't care about the story. He's in it for the competition when it comes to the raids and whatnot, and that's his thing. And I think that's fine. I kind of feel like you need people like him. Because again, he probably better than most knows what's going on when it comes to raids, and is focused more on mechanics, and is focused more on things that that players need when it comes to game mechanics, in order for things to feel a little bit more balanced, or for things to feel a little bit more natural, or for things to be more exciting, and so on, because that's what he does. That is his thing, right? Versus when you have somebody like myself, I just want to go through MSQ. Sure, the raids are fun, sure, the trials are fun, sure, the dungeons are fun, and so on, but I'm doing it for the story. So long as I can sit there and I can go through MSQ and I can do everything that's needed, that's all well and fine, and I really, really enjoy it. But I'm less concerned with, okay, well, the healer doesn't actually get to do much anymore because it's a healer, and every class has their own, like, version of healing stuff that works just as well, if not better, than what the healer can do, so why would I give a shit? You know what I mean? Whereas Xenos and a few others, they really know what they're talking about when it comes to that stuff, because they deal with the mechanics all the time. That is their thing specifically.
This is Vex. Holy fucking shit.
The fuck did I just do?
Holy
fucking
shit. I have been saying this from the very first Criterion fucking dungeon. Literally every single thing he just said, every single thing he just said, I said it. Taking these factors into consideration, Xenosis Vex. This project began by asking whether the three previous difficulty levels, Variant, Another Dungeon, and Another Dungeon, Dungeon Savage, were really necessary. Then, as with the Deep Dungeon, Pilgrim's Traverse, we considered how could we make it accessible to all players and adopted new content style. Xenosis Vex. So, Advanced Variant Dungeon was born as new content where you only fight bosses. You mean remove the trash? Because no one wanted to fucking do it? Xenosis Vex. In the initial stages, the concept was to aim for a game where players could fight their favorite opponents, practice, and feel a sense of accomplishment as they fought each bosses. From there, we further confirmed the specifications and held numerous meetings to refine the game. Yo, you know what happened, bro? Okay, yo, sorry about that. Okay, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Okay, sorry about that. Yo, you better fucking pay attention. Don't you give me that hand. You shut up and you listen to me. And you, stop looking at that paper and pay attention. Okay, listen up. Now, here's what we're going to fucking do. Okay? We're going to get rid of this shit. Okay? Dude, I got to put Yoshi P in here or some shit, man. Like, who are these people? I don't even know. Dude, this isn't even believable, man. None of these motherfuckers even work at Square Enix. Okay, I'm in the wrong fucking meeting. What the fuck am I doing here? I'm in the wrong meeting. Okay, look, look, I'm just going to tell you motherfuckers, you guys are probably some fucking other company, not even Square Enix, okay? But listen, here's what the fuck we're going to do. We're going to do for Criterion, okay? We're going to take out all the trash, okay? We're going to take out the trash. We're going to take out the Savage Criterion, okay? We're going to bump up the rewards. Now, these are all the things that we're going to fucking do, okay? These are all the fucking things we're going to do. This is going to be amazing, and if you guys implement it, trust me, this will be amazing. Okay, anyway, meeting out. Dude, that was good, right? In the advanced mode, defeating 3 bosses in any order is considered complete, but each time you defeat a boss, you receive a personal reward, and you can complete the challenge from the content even after defeating just one, instead of being able to arbitrarily quit midway through the content information section. We made sure, so this is, okay, so this is really good. So as you prog, you still get something, right?
Okay.
You beat the first boss. Let's say you wipe on the second. You still get something from the first, so that's good. That's why I think having options after defeating a boss makes a big difference in terms of sense of accomplishment. But here's the problem though. Here's the issue. The rewards need to be worth it.
Yes.
The sense of accomplishment upon quitting is quite different. Nowadays, players have even less disposable time, so we think it's extremely important to create a sense of accomplishment for players with different goals, such as I'll only practice 1 monster today because I have other plans, or I want to challenge myself to defeat all 3 monsters today, so that they can properly complete the content. We are currently discussing and adjusting these small elements, even down to the best timing for displaying them. Okay, so this is like super good.
Yes.
Because basically, this is more accessible to more players. So even if, like, let's say you suck at the game and you can only beat the first boss in, like, the first couple weeks, it's fine. It doesn't matter because you still get something out of it. It's not like necessarily time wasted so much.
True.
After that, we would like to once again receive feedback from players on their impressions of the game. Even if we receive positive feedback this time rather than using it as a template, we hope to further develop it and make the game experience even more enjoyable. Yo, this is really funny. This is really funny that he said that. Because even if we receive positive feedback this time, rather than using it as a template, bro, even if you receive positive feedback, you still don't fucking use it as a template. Because what the fuck happened with Fork Tower? You went from BA, fucking miserable, fucking awful. You went from BA to literally perfect Boja, to perfect DRS. DRS was the perfect implementation of that content. You had all this like, yeah, good job, yeah, we did it, yay. And then you completely fucked it up by making it worse than BA. Fork Tower was actually worse than BA. Actually ridiculous. So it would be good if they just took the fucking positive feedback and use it as a template. In terms of boss strength, what differences do you think there will be between the Variant Dungeon, Advanced Variant Dungeon, and Another Dungeon? In the Variant Dungeons, you'll be challenging them repeatedly to solve puzzles and collect exploration bags. See, this is the easy one.
Yeah.
The Variant is like the easy one. So we thought it would be fun to have the same boss, so we changed the gimmicks to some extent in the Advanced version. Okay, yeah, so you have the easy, and then you have Advanced. And then you have the fucking Criterion, which is the Savage version. making it content that can be tackled by at least 2 people rather than solo. Furthermore, for the another dungeon, which are even more difficult, we received feedback that it was boring to fight bosses with parameters were only stronger, so we added more gimmicks in there as well. Oh, look at that. Oh, who fucking thought that up? Who fucking thought that up? I want to thank you guys very much for taking my idea and implementing it into the game. I very much appreciate that. Oh, yeah, no, it was you. You were buying it, weren't you? You know, I would like to.
And by the way, anybody who's ever done a raid, right? Anybody who's ever done a raid, aside from the normal stuff that you go through in MSQ, can absolutely appreciate this. I have done very, very, very little when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? But when it comes to that kind of stuff, I learned very, very, very quickly that if you're going to do, I think I did Savage, right? Was it Savage? It might have been. I don't remember. Either way. But we were just practicing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I was doing it with Soul. If there are mechanics that you need to dodge, you absolutely need to dodge them. Why? Because they're going to be TB. And if they're not TB, then you're doing something wrong, which makes complete sense. The problem is that if all you do going from Savage to Extreme or whatever the fucking thing is, I think it's actually the other way around, or you do it from, say, like Savage to Ultimate, and the only thing you're doing is making the boss hit harder, then you haven't really actually increased the difficulty. The only thing you've done is impress further on to everybody that they need to dodge whatever mechanic it is, because instead of being TB, you're really, really, really TB, but the end result is the same. You're still dead, right? Which means that somebody has to pick your ass up, and that's a lot of wasted time. On top of that, that's even assuming your ass can be picked up. But again, you haven't actually really accomplished much of anything other than just further putting into somebody's head, you need to not stay in this cone, because if you do, your tank busted and that's it. Your tank's fucked. You're done. Right? That's all that they accomplish.
For taking my idea and putting it into the game, because I guarantee you, that more people are going to do this type of content. More people are going to be interested, as long as you guys don't fuck up the rewards and don't mess up the fucking rewards. You pay attention to me right now. As long as we don't fuck up the rewards right now, we are set for some blasting fucking content.
True.
Insane content.
And the other thing too is, like, you need to give the players an incentive to actually go and do Extreme, Savage, and Ultimate, right? So, but it has to be something aside from just the gear that you're going to get. I agree that the rewards and everything like that are things that you actually need to do, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, the problem isn't that the gear itself is always just going to suck, although there have been, from what I understand, times where that has been the case. But if all you're doing is doing the same thing you did in, like, if you're an Ultimate and you're just doing the exact same thing that you did before in Savage, well, then there's really no incentive after you have the first team that did the first clear in a week, right? You're just regurgitating the same shit over and over and over. So you have to have a second incentive aside from the gear, which I agree is important, but you also have to make it interesting and make it an actual challenge. Stuff that people in the tier below you don't have to deal with. If you can't do that, then what's the point?
By the way, are there any rewards that are only available when you clear another dungeon? Of course we have it. Excellent job, excellent job. To provide a better service, we re-examined all the things that were previously considered common sense. Sorry, that was very funny. The strategy board. That seems good. This is this thingy for those of you that don't know. The strategy board. They're coming out with this thing. Create a raid plan. You know, you can put like a boss here. You know, I'm boss here, you know, that type of shit. Yeah, they're coming out with this for the game. Yes, it's possible to display it at all times. Until now, when lacking or when tackling difficult content, many people have stuck sticky notes on their monitors or displayed images on a second monitor. But by utilizing the strategy board function, you can reduce the number of these. Okay, that's good. This function allows you to save a total of 10 folders with 5 strategies in each folder, total of 50. Not enough. Not enough. I would say 500 would be enough. Can you switch the diagrams displayed while playing? You can also turn the pages yourself. For example, the phase has changed, so let's switch it to this diagram. Okay, now that's cool. You can also highlight the icon you are responsible for. Okay. Also, even on the same dispersal diagram, the job you participate in may differ depending on the day. So you can do things like, today I'm participating as samurai, so I highlight this position. That's really fucking cool. That's really convenient. Even if you're a tank, if you go from main tank to side tank, your position will change. Of course, you can choose whether to display it highlighted or flat. Also, even if the distribution diagram itself is the same between Western and Japanese macros, there are differences in rotation. We have made it possible to change the rotation to Asian style, Western style. Strategies can be shared and saved on the spot in game.
That's cool.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
Really fucking cool.
Yeah, it is.
No, like, no meme. I think this is going to be fucking awesome.
That's huge.
So if you publish the code online, you can copy, paste, and load it to recreate the strategy board in game.
Well, and not only that, this is what I really like about this. So the strategy board itself allows you to actually see exactly how everything is supposed to go, kind of basically like in real time. But on top of that, you're able to adjust the strategy as needed. Right? So if you got somebody, and I'll use the examples, right? If you're going from, say, like a main or a side tank to samurai, okay, fine. But let's say that everybody knows that you're doing it as a samurai, but you're only doing it as a samurai because some person can't be there that week. Okay, that's fine. You're a decent enough samurai, but you're not the best samurai. The person who is the best samurai is out that week, right? So if you need to adjust a little bit here and there on the fly, you can do that, which is really nice.
That's fucking sick. Yo, I'll clap for that shit. Yeah. Yeah. You know what else, man? Because you can have it displayed on your screen, you don't have to have another monitor. Furthermore, the strategy board function can be shared with the party and edited in real time. Only one person can edit at any one time. But the idea is to create a diagram of how to break up the party while sharing your screen. Oh, wow. Okay, that's awesome.
That is. That's really cool.
Fucking cool. No. Guys, this is really fucking cool.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
Really awesome. So basically, let's pretend for a second that like we're all in a raid, right? Okay. So we're all in a raid, and we're not even in Discord. And I type out, "Yo, lovely raiders, I don't want to get banned, so I'm going to kindly ask if you will please open up the strategy menu." Okay. Everyone opens up the strategy menu, and then in real time, I can say, "Okay, I suggest that the healer move from here to here," and they'll see it on their side. Like,
which is
I think
great.
This is going to be one of the best features ever added to the game.
I agree. I totally agree.
This is going to be fucking insane. This is going to be awesome.
Yep.
You're going to be able to talk to people in the party finder in a way where you can show them what you mean. I think this is awesome. So, like, let's say you have a hero that's like, fuck it up, and you can just be like, "Hey, instead of going here, can you go here?" And everything will be fine. That's it. I think this is very awesome.
Yep.
Very, very cool.
That really is good.
Overall number of players, there may not be that many people who create their own strategy boards, but I hope that everyone will share the data they create and make use of it. I'd also like to see some examples of how it can be used on actual screen. We're planning to show you some gameplay on the next public live letter. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. And
I like
think
that.
It'll be amazing how far we can go. We're also planning to show some actual creation examples. So, for example, you could enlarge the parts that show the enemy's range and paint them gray to show the enemy's huge attack range. Oh, shit.
That's cool.
Okay.
That's really
All
cool.
sorts of things can be created from just one idea. Please look forward to the gameplay on the broadcast. I think this is going to be fucking awesome. Do I think a World First Raider is going to use this over other tools? No, because I think it's going to be too slow. But maybe. I never think about World First Raiders in this regard.
Nor
I
should
never
you.
do, because they don't matter. But I think this is going to be very good for the game.
And just to clarify, he's not saying that World First Raiders don't matter, period. He's talking about for the context of what this whole thing is going to be able to do for people. They are of an echelon that is so far above everybody else that anything and everything that they do, they've done for so long, and they practice for so long, and everything else. And they have like a completely different work ethic compared to so many other people, just so that they can be literally world firsts. That this whole strategy board thing, although a cool idea, and it allows them to break down stuff after the fact, like if they fuck up or whatever, it's a tool that they can use, but they won't be using in real time. This is for everybody else. So I can understand what he means by that, right? He's not saying that they don't matter. Of course they matter, 100%. But for the purposes of the purposes of this strat thing, they're going to be using it in such a different way that it's not going to matter for everybody else who's going to use it and who's actually going to use it actively, right? Because the people that are going to be using it actively are not the people that are trying to do world first.
Regarding the new UI, we were also surprised by the announcement of the quick panel. Can the opening and closing of this be assigned to a keybind? Yes, you can assign it. Okay. Icons for launching the quick panel and custom execution have been added to the extra action list. Oh, wow. The quick panel itself has the ability to be customized in detail, so you can call it up when you want to use it and close it after you've executed it, or you can set it to stay open. Our goal is a design that allows you to press what you want with 2 touches. And operations, the control panel seems really awesome, by the way. This is another really awesome feature. 7.4 is going to be fucking badass, man. It's going to implement a lot of really good stuff. You can also create macros for this. Seems like it would be smooth to operate with a controller. Rather, we focus most of our attention on ensuring smooth operation with a controller. For example, you can display the second page of the quick panel with the assigned button and perform the action you want to perform as a habit. Furthermore, if you set it to close automatically after execution, you can use it as a shortcut. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can set it to close automatically. In a sense, it is like being able to call up another crossbar. That's true. However, I think it's hard to convey the feeling without actually showing you the actual device. So I'm planning to introduce it along with the strategy board in the next public live letter. Okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was also surprised that the update to the glamour prisms will allow you to use any equipment, like regardless of job or level. I imagine there were many challenges in removing. What do you think? There were no particular technical challenges. If I had to say, it would be all about the amount of material. The programming wasn't that big, but if you include the checks, it was like reviewing all the item sets. Worry, smile. Weapons are essential equipment for changing jobs and classes, so they were excluded from the scope. So it wasn't that there were any technical constraints, but rather that it was decided that it would be better to prioritize freedom over the worldview. The nuance is a little different. I saw a lot of different opinions on social media after the announcement, but my own policy as a gamer hasn't changed much. When I took over 14 as a numbered FF title, I was an outsider who had been in charge of Dragon Quest until just before that. So I felt more strongly than anyone else that we had to cherish the FF worldview. I felt that the way FF should be is for Dragoons to be able to equip their character in that style and to be able to hold their spear and strike the cane pose. It's the job's identity, so to speak. The core of that feeling hasn't changed much even now. I believe that. The FF series has adopted a job system in many titles, and it is precisely because we have been particular about it and because everyone has an emotional attachment to the job that I believe people have been able to play it for so long. At the very least, as someone in charge of FF, I want to continue to be particular about that. On the other hand, Realm Reborn, I've been running 14 for 12 years, and as I plan the next expansion and beyond, I think that while the number of large-scale MMO has decreased since then, the number of online RPGs, including those for smart devices, has increased. And no matter which game you look at, there are very few that have restrictions like 14 when it comes to enjoying fashion. This isn't to say that each game is free to do what it wants. The number of free-to-play games that offer paid services through microtransactions has dramatically increased since 14 has first released.
That's true.
If I were the producer of a free-to-play game and wanted players to buy items, I wouldn't impose restrictions on equipment projections. Okay, the first thing is this. So there were no challenges whatsoever to do this. It was very easy for them to do. So I guess that's good. It's kind of obnoxious that they didn't do it sooner.
Yeah.
I disagree with Yoshi's standpoint 100%. It doesn't make sense to me that a Dragoon can only wear Dragoon armor. Why? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, your character, your main character, is literally the Warrior of Light. He is carrying around a fucking bag full of jobstones. Why the fuck is the glamour tied to the jobstones? That doesn't make sense to me. Why can't a Dragoon wear cloth gear? I don't understand. I think the whole point of a Dragoon is the actual weapon, not the armor that it wears.
So, okay, I think I understand where Yoshi P is coming from. He's talking about aesthetic. I think that's what it is, right? So, if you look at any of the previous Final Fantasy stuff, right? They want it to look like, okay, regardless of which Final Fantasy, right, it is, there's always going to be a certain look tied to a class, but they're done in many different ways. So, for instance, I'll use Final Fantasy VII as an example, because I think Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII are probably the two oddballs, but you'll understand where I'm coming from with this, right? So if you have Cloud is, for all intents and purposes, basically a Dark Knight. He has a really big fucking sword. He's slower than Sephiroth. He's not somebody who sits there and does a shit ton of DPS. He is a tank, whether that be a main or a side. It doesn't really matter for the purposes of FF7, but he's a tank. He's a Dark Knight tank. That's what, generally speaking, he would most likely be. Now, he can wear basically whatever armor he wants that fits his character. And that armor can be interchangeable between, say, himself and Cid. The only difference is that Cid can't use any of the Buster Swords. Like, he can't use any of the Buster Sword variants. Cid would be your Dragoon in Final Fantasy VII. Or Lancer, I guess would be another way to put it, right? Because he can only use lances. But just by looking at Cid, you also know what Cid is because of the equipment that he is using. So, going off of that, they're taking it to a more aesthetic place, where if you have a job class, such as you look at Estinian, and Estinian is a Dragoon, that's all well and fine, but the armor was made specifically with the Dragoon in mind. And much like, okay, if Estinian is only going to be a Dragoon, then we got to give him something to look cool in, specifically so that, aside from people going, oh, I want to be, a floor tank, or I want to be like, and I hate the term floor tank, but if I want to be if I want to be that kind of DPS, then I also want cool stuff to be attributed to it. So when you take the field, everybody goes, oh, well, there's your Dragoon. Right? That's what I think Yoshi P is talking about. Because there's so many different clothing sets, there's so many different armor sets and whatnot, but they're all unique. Generally speaking, for the longest time, they've all been unique aesthetically to the job class itself. I can understand the thought process there, but at the same time, especially if you're going to be using stuff as glam, I don't see the issue swapping stuff out, because glam, if you're using stuff as glam, it doesn't really matter much anyway, right? So that's kind of my take on it.
Like, whenever I think of a job, I don't think of, oh, he's not a dragoon, he's wearing cloth armor. No, I think he's a dragoon because he has a fucking spear. I think job identity is cringe, actually. I think it's pretty cringe in this sense, in this context. Also, once they started to implement like casual clothing and those silly Moogle, Tomberry, Chocobo suits that anybody can wear, why in the fuck can't dragoons wear white mage gear? So you're telling me that I can wear a fucking Chickaboo suit, but I can't wear a white mage robe? That literally makes no sense. Literally makes no sense. So for the people, for the brain damaged idiots that are like, but job identity. Yeah, bro, job identity. There's a motherfucking Chickaboo next to a Moogle. What class are they? We don't know.
I agree.
Don't know what class they are.
I completely agree.
We have no fucking idea because they don't have their fucking weapon displayed.
Yep.
That's what I mean. The class identity it lies in the weapon, not the fucking armor, man.
And anyway, I completely agree with him on this. He's absolutely right. I'm just saying that I think that the thought process behind something like a dragoon is, if the first time you see a Stinian, you go, oh fuck, that armor is really cool. I want that armor. How do I get it? And then they can sit there and they go, well, you got to be a dragoon. Oh shit, really? Yep. Well, how do I do that? Well, first you got to be Lancer, right? And then after you do Lancer for a little bit, then you can start doing your job quests to become a dragoon and like all that good stuff, and then you can get the armor and yada yada yada. Oh, okay. But now it gives people something aesthetically to work toward. I don't think it works very well, other than like people who are just casually going through. And I agree with Xenos that it really shouldn't be tied to the character aesthetically that way, but I think that's what the thought process was initially.
But I'm going to say this, though, man. Yo, bro, this is the last picture. This is the last picture that they need to put right here. If they're trying to sell this glamour change, oh, for the love of Christ, don't put this picture, man. You know what this gear reminds me of, dude? It reminds me of, like, old vanilla ice cream. It's, like, boring and basic, but at the same time, even the boring and basic is bad. That's what it reminds me of. I don't think any of this shit looks good. For those who grew up playing other games, they may have wondered, why are there such projection restrictions on equipment when they first started playing 14? Therefore, the glamour is just one example. 14 is to continue to develop and reach the top as an MMO with the world's most cutting-edge online service. We must consider how to incorporate the current market, player styles, and your sensibilities into our service. This has been my goal and that of the core developer since the beginning of this year. Okay, well, I'm glad he specifically said the beginning of this year. Okay, I'm glad they specified. With this in mind, I've been playing various other company titles and checking their specifications, and I've come to the conclusion that it's fine to continue to hold on to my personal principles as a gamer, but this is no longer the time to force them on the players. Holy shit.
That's great.
Holy fucking shit. This is good.
That is good.
He's saying, even though I think, because Yoshi P obviously likes class identity, even though I like class identity, it doesn't matter because most people disagree with me or whatever, and we're going to go with the people that disagree with me. This is huge. Yeah, this is also really good. He is aware. We'll see, though. All talk. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I also play 14 privately, and since I roleplay my character as a black mage, I don't think I'll glamorize night gear. These are my own role-playing rules, so I have decided them arbitrarily. However, I reconsidered and thought that it would be pointless to impede the role-playing of people who say my character is the coolest and cutest in the world. I want to dress up even more. It's fine for me to be particular about my own style, and I'm sure there are many others who feel the same, but that doesn't mean that the system should restrict the motivation of people who are particular about dressing up. Having come to this conclusion, I decided to change the specifications. Okay? Yeah, all right.
Fair.
All right.
Fair enough.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
We're one foot in front of the other.
Yep.
And soon you'll be getting players back. Sorry, that was a parody from a Christmas movie. By the way, when I mentioned this to the development team, they responded, "Are you sure?" Which makes me think that the development team also thought that Yoshida's insistence on equipment restrictions is absolute. There was also the opinion that if it was going to be implemented, we should announce it at Fan Festival. It's true that a big announcement at the Fan Festival might elicit a huge cheer. Oh, shit! However, with regards to the lifting of restrictions this time, we thought it would be best to change the specifications as soon as possible so that players could enjoy fashion more than ever before, so we decided to make the update with patch 7.4. You know, I got a lot of respect for Yoshi for saying that, man.
Yep.
I do. I got a lot of respect to him for saying that. Obviously, there could be other intentions behind it, but just the fact that he admitted that his mentality was not the best to have in the position that he's in, I have a lot of respect for that, man.
Yeah.
Mare really affected the game, man. It really, really did. Mare, I really feel that Mare changed the game forever. I really feel that it did, man.
And I agree with him that I think Mare definitely did. For those of you who don't know, Mare allows you to use the different clothing mods and everything else. But I think the other thing too that like really, really helped bring things to light for Yoshi P, I wouldn't be surprised, let me put it that way, is the failure that was Dawn Trail. Because for so long, most of us sat there and went, listen, you know, Papa P, Papa Yoshi, he can do no wrong, right? I mean, we had ARR, which started off and it was kind of a slog, but there's reasons why it needed to be kind of a slog. And then you had Heaven's Ward, which was fucking amazing, right? And then you kind of needed a little bit of a lull to kind of build the story up a little bit more from Heaven's Ward, but you needed it with Stormblood. And Stormblood there were definitely parts where it really like slowed to a snail's pace. But once it got going, it was fine. So overall, Stormblood wasn't terrible. It was nowhere near as much of a slog as ARR was, but it, generally speaking, was not the same caliber of Heaven's Ward or Shadowbringers or Endwalker, right? So then you have Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers is fucking amazing and everybody loves it. And then you have Endwalker, and Endwalker is amazing and everybody loves it. And for the longest time, I mean, we're talking 8 years, roughly. Most people are sitting there going, Daddy Yoshi cannot do wrong. And that's fine, but then Dawn Trail comes around, and everybody's going, what the fuck? And this is coming from somebody who loved all of MSQ, including ARR, all the way through the end of Endwalker. And even myself, I had ideas as to things during the MSQ for Dawn Trail that could have like made things better and made things more memorable when you have to go through the Wook-Lamont bullshit. And just none of it was there. Zero of it. Like none of my ideas, I don't think, I'm sure that there were people who had ideas as to what they could do, but because there was this mentality for a while that Daddy Yoshi can do no wrong, if he was like, well, maybe, but you know, that's something we may consider at a later date, or he just goes, nah, I'm not really feeling it, everybody just immediately shuts up and goes, yes, Daddy Yoshi, absolutely, Daddy, you're totally right in this, and then the idea gets buried. But when you have such an absolute clusterfuck that is Dawn Trail, that may make you rethink things a little bit, right? I feel like maybe he got knocked, like Yoshi P got knocked down maybe a peg or two, and he's sitting there going, okay, I saw things a little bit differently, they didn't work, and we need to start like actually listening to the player base now, because we are in that time frame where the same things that worked so well from ARR over to Heaven's Ward in terms of finding out what doesn't work and then implementing new stuff and taking chances and stuff like that, and like fine-tuning where the story is going to go, it didn't work this time round. It didn't, right? You get half a game where it's babysitting, and then the other half of the game is listening to basically most people wishing that they were dead. And that's pretty much it. And you're bored, and you don't really give much of a fuck, and that, you know, and it's like, okay, maybe he got knocked down a peg or two and went, okay, maybe I should, like, I need to do the right thing here by the people, you know? So, Mayor did a lot. 100% Mayor did a lot, and even Yoshi P said, I couldn't be bothered to give less of a shit if, you know, if it's just, you know, personal stuff for you. Mayor absolutely did a lot, but I think him getting knocked down a couple of pegs and realizing that Dawn Trail was such an utter failure allows him to take a moment, step back, have that moment of pause and clarity and go, okay, what other things have I been holding on to for so long that also don't work? I think that's another big part of it.
I think that Mayor did a lot for this game, and I think that even people that don't use mods, they'll never understand how good the good things about Mayor were. So good.
It's true.
I really feel that Mayor was one of, if not the biggest reason why we got the glamour change. I really think so, man.
I agree. And the only reason why, there were only two reasons why I stopped using Mayor. I never used Mayor on stream because the thought process for the longest time was, if you stream with that shit on, and for whatever reason, Squeenix, you know, clicks in on your channel to see how things are going and to see how you're liking it and see the general reaction and everything, and they see that you're using something that is not approved by them, you're instantly banned. That was one. And two, and more importantly, because I came in at a time where that shit was constantly being updated, and I didn't have the time to sit there and go, okay, now I need to stop, and now I need to update it, and now I need to go through the whole thing again, and I need 3 hours ahead of time in order to get this shit taken care of and get the shit where it needs to be and everything, so that I can play for another 12 fucking hours on stream. To me, it didn't make any sense. Oops.
Nation. Announcing it at Fan Festival would have been big news, but you decided to prioritize letting play. Okay. Yes. By the way, there is one more thing I would like to talk about related to this topic, and that is about mods. I issued a statement in which I also wrote, while I am tolerant of modding culture, I believe that tools impede business are absolutely unacceptable. They violate the basic rule of modding, which is to gain the trust of the company and enjoy it within that framework. Going beyond that is no longer part of the culture. Based on this belief, I issued a statement regarding several tools, gave examples, but in response, I received feedback such as, it was only because of those tools that I was able to enjoy 14. This led to the recent changes to the glamour specifications. I felt that leaving the playstyle to the players rather than restricting it through the system would ultimately prevent the proliferation of tools that impede business. That was one of the reasons I decided to make the update so quickly. Personally, I was happy that crafter and gatherer gear could be reflected in combat job appearances. In China and Korea, there have been strong demand for this, and we've been selling replicas of crafter and gatherer gear that combat jobs can equip. We considered expanding this globally, but we decided that allowing players to play freely without restrictions is better for the future.
Yep.
Instead, players will need to obtain the original gear themselves, so we will hope this motivate them by trying playing crafters and gatherers in order to dress up. This approach applies
which is fair
not only to Glamour system, but also to Final Fantasy XIV systems and content, as we're re-examining the fundamental rules. So please don't be surprised if anything happens in the future. While we don't expect Allegan tombstones to disappear, we are also discussing their future. Okay. Hopefully they'll fucking get rid of the fucking tome cap earlier.
Yeah.
The glamour changes are just the beginning, and we're currently re-examining everything to improve our service. Dude, big.
You see what I mean? Like, I feel like Yoshi P got knocked down a peg or two when he realized just how big of a flop Dawn Trail was. Right? In my opinion, the only two things that were not a flop when it came to Dawn Trail were the music and the inclusion of Viper. In all honesty, I really, really do feel like those are the only two things in Dawn Trail that, like, really stood out. I couldn't be bothered to give less of a fuck about Wook Lamont. I couldn't be bothered to give less of a fuck about anything that is relating to her storyline. I couldn't be bothered to give less of a fuck about anything that has to deal with the fucking queen there in fucking Night City, right? I can't. To me, it was all boring. To me, especially with Wook Lamont, it was go to one place, find out there's a problem by talking to people. Investigate the problem, solve problem, go back to Wook Lamont. Wook Lamont it supposedly takes the lessons that are learned by figuring out the problem and is supposed to move on to the next thing. But that's not what happens. What happens is Wook Lamont goes, well, maybe I should talk to more people. Okay, great. Maybe you should talk to more people. And then we go into the next fucking area and she goes, maybe you should go and talk to people. Well, why the fuck am I talking to people if you're the one who should be talking to people? You see what I mean? Like, that was the shitty thing. That was the really shitty thing. And it was like that throughout the entire first half. To the point where I gave less of a shit about her and more of a shit about her brother, who knew what the fuck was going on. Unfortunately, Wook Lamont really never had any character progression. The only character progression she had was at the very, very, very end of her tale, when she sat there and was like, no, you know what? Maybe my brother would really benefit from also helping our people. Okay, fair enough. You're smart enough to know that you're not smart enough to do anything. So you could be the figurehead, your brother could actually do the shit that's required. Fair enough. But you mean to tell me it took you like 40 fucking hours to come up with that? You see what I mean? Like, it just, she had no character progression whatsoever.
Changes, bro. Dude, is the game gonna get good? In a world where Dawn Trail has seen lower player numbers than Stormblood.
True.
There was a hero, Yoshi P.
Yep.
Came back to save us once again.
This summer, are you ready? Yeah. Yoshi P. 7.5. Right? Like, we need that. We do. We really, really, really need. If we don't get it, it's just going to continue to take a crap. It really, really is.
Allowing unlimited glamour, promising huge changes. Will this remain true? Stay tuned in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
As a personal request, I'd love to be able to ride mounts in town. Oops. Mounts are a completely separate issue from the policy. There are a lot of objects in town, and if you move at the mount's movement speed, it will entangle other server requirements. What? Bro,
yes.
That sounds like spaghetti code.
It is
What
spaghetti
the fuck?
code. No,
you
that's...
can't move too fast in a town?
Correct.
The number of collisions is only allowed because of the speed limit, so it's quite difficult.
Yes.
Oh. Is that why they came up with jog? While it
Yes.
may be a little different, one idea has been floated in a system that allows you to talk to NPCs while riding a mount. However, this will cause problems with a character's performance in event scenes, so it may be difficult to implement as is. I mean, honestly, I don't even care that you can't mount up in town, because mounts are kind of annoying in towns. It's already annoying when you're trying to talk to an NPC and there's a shit ton of people around to do. The last thing you want is a big-ass fucking whale.
I
don't
agree.
Think there's a clear answer to where to draw the line. Recent games...
Like, think about it this way. We've all seen the video, and I know, like, there's a lot of people that don't particularly care for him, but we've all seen the video where Asmongold gets into Heaven's Ward, right, for the first time. And there is a line on both sides of people in the Final Fantasy 15 cars, right? To the point where he can't even get the fucking NPCs to spawn because there are just so many entities on the screen, right? They've taken up every resource available. Now imagine all of those cars sitting on the fucking NPC that you're trying to talk to. And it's not a cutscene, right? It's dialogue. But now you just have black cars all over the place and flying, and everybody's jumping in front of the fucking camera, and that's annoying as shit. That's annoying as fuck. It absolutely is.
Allow you to automatically travel to your destination or warp, and we are current. Oh, bro, yo, auto move is fucking goated, brother.
Auto move is
Holy
amazing.
Shit, I love auto move. Have you ever played a game with auto move? Holy fuck, man.
Auto move is great.
Auto move is the future.
100%.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, auto pathing is the future, man. It's
Absolutely,
so
it is.
good, dude. You could just auto path and fucking get up and take a dump, dude. Come back, your character's fucking there. Already moved, man. Patch 7.4 is an update that lets you feel that 14 is about to undergo changes, both small and large. In terms of content systems, the main quest, the changes began with Deep Dungeon, Pilgrim's Traverse. In patch 7.3, which was limited to a single piece of content, the patch will show how these changes are beginning to spread across the entire system. Dude, this is good, dude. I got chills reading this. I'm not even kidding, man. I got chills reading this. And you know why, man? Because one of the most powerful things Yoshi P has ever said was about Pilgrim's Traverse. He said, this stuck with me, man, and I feel like I'm the only person that thought it was as powerful as it was. He said that starting with Pilgrim's Traverse, all the content in the game, or the upcoming content, it's all going to be applicable to as many people as possible.
Which is fantastic.
So whenever they release something, casual players are going to be excited, mid-core players are going to be excited, hardcore players are going to be excited.
Mhm.
That is a very powerful concept.
Yes, it is.
That is a very, very, very
That's
strong
huge.
and powerful concept. And if they follow through with it, it's going to make the game so much fucking better, man.
100%. Yeah.
We've talked about it a lot so far, but players don't need to overthink it. Just get a feel for them as you play through the game. Our goal is to offer a wide variety of content to everyone. Okay, this was good. Yeah, this was good. A lot of really good shit in this interview, man. A lot of really good shit.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of really awesome stuff in that. Here is Xenos's video. I'm subscribed. Please go like the video. Again, he's not the norm when it comes to most players, and I agree with that. He is definitely a he's definitely more of a raid guy. He's definitely more of a prog guy, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think he's in a very unique position to give takes that will help the community more because of what he does. And I think that's really, really, really fucking powerful. I think that's insanely powerful. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think any of it is actually going to help? What do you think? I'm of the opinion that it absolutely will help. I am. But I'm interested to see what you feel about it, because I felt like this, especially during Dawn Trail, that the issue has always been, at least for a while, that everything is very, very, very antiquated, right? Yoshi P came in and he saw the disaster that was 1.0 and went, oh, fuck. We kind of need to redo some shit here. We really, really need to, we need to rejuvenate this. I've got some ideas. Those ideas worked, but it wasn't perfect. It was a lot better, but it wasn't perfect. And they really struck gold and struck a nerve when it came to Heaven's Ward, and even to an extent when it came to Stormblood. But they took what worked from both well, from ARR, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood, and basically kind of tossed the rest out. And they went, okay, we know what people love. We know what people are looking for. We know what people are excited for. Let's go with that. And because the stories were so interesting, most of the time, we didn't, generally speaking, as people who only do MSQ and stuff like that, we didn't particularly care about the other stuff that we couldn't do. Sometimes we sit there and go, oh, well, yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks, but whatever. And we just keep going through MSQ. But now that we have nothing to hang on to, because the story is dog shit in Dawn Trail, they need to make other things better. I think this is a reality check that they need, but we'll see if they actually listen and make changes. I agree. I will say, and maybe this is me being a bit too hopeful. Maybe that's the way to put it. Maybe it's me being a bit too naive, but I really feel like what you said, it is a reality check for them. You can only get away with so much so long as you have a certain amount of content that is done well enough to the point where people are going to enjoy the rest of the game regardless of how broken or how antiquated something is. But once that stuff goes away and it turns into like Warlords of fucking Draenor and everything else sucks dick, you see what I mean? Like, why would people want to stick around? Why? I've been burnt by companies I trusted to make changes before, Bungie, BioWare, Bethesda. Yeah, no, and I agree. I completely agree. I think that I feel like right now the only person who actually like can live up to the promises that are being made is Yoshi P. If this was anybody at Bethesda, I'd say they're full of shit. If it was anybody from BioWare, I'd also say that they're full of shit. If it was anybody from Bungie, I would totally say that they are 100% full of shit. Right? But I feel like Yoshi P is one of those people who loves what he does so much and cares about the community and cares about what happens as much as he may also enjoy the success, and sometimes it might get to his head a little bit. He's also not above going, okay, I need to take a step back. I need to analyze why people are leaving. I need to analyze why things didn't go so well in Dawn Trail. And I also need to analyze not only why people are leaving, but not only how to bring them back, but also bring new people in. You know what I mean? I really feel like he's the only one that actually has the balls, but also the humility to sit back and go, okay, we need to do these things. I think if there's anyone out there, it's him. I want it to be good, and I will give Yoshi P the benefit of the doubt, but I won't hold my breath at the same time, sadly, because dev PTSD. No, that's totally fair. I think that's totally fair, and I think it's totally warranted, because I think one of the biggest issues has always been, and this is kind of one of those times where we're talking about FF14 and I'm not subbed, so I can't just log in and show you. But for the longest time, I would sit there and be like, okay, great. I got my glam prisms. Awesome. Right? And I'd take my old gear and I'd be like, hey, I can make stuff with this and I can do this and I'm a Dark Knight and yada, like, and it didn't really fucking bother me because it was all just glam stuff. If I was going to sit there and G-pose and, maybe do stuff, why would I give a shit? Right? Like, I'm not going to be fucking using it for anything else. So who gives a shit? I'm just going to G-pose with it and then I'll throw it back in the fucking chest and there you go. Have a good day. Right? But then there are other sets of armor that I'm like, you know what? This actually looks really, really fucking cool. How dare you not be subbed, JK, with how it is right now? Yeah. But, like, there are other armor sets where I'm like, wow, you know, these are really fucking cool, and I really, 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 really like the look of this, and I can take this and use this as glam. It very well may not even be the correct item level, but I really like how this looks, and aesthetically, I'm not so psyched about the, about Biss. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not psyched about how Biss looks. So what I can do is I can take this lower item level and I can glam it on top of Biss, and now I'm a happy boy. Right? I am a happy little Dark Knight. And by little, I mean I'm also a happy, like, fucking 8.5 foot tall Aura. But you know what I mean. I'm a happy Dark Knight because I got what I wanted. It's Biss, fantastic, and I look fucking amazing. That's cool. But I can only do that for Dark Knight. I can't mix and match, right? If I want to, like, there are some things where, and this is where, like, I think it's going to be game-changing. Glams are life in FF14, honestly. Absolutely. And this is where I think it's going to be game-changing for everybody. Because if you look, actually, let me bring this up, because it's already almost 12:30, so we're never going to get to the this Elden Ring video tonight, but that's okay. Let's see, ultimate raids, right? What do we have for the ultimate raids? Because I can't remember. Omega Protocol, perfect. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So Omega Protocol Ultimate Gear. Yes, perfect. I think this is one of the best looking outfits. I love this outfit. Love that outfit. Right? Love that outfit. So why should it only be restricted? Let's go back. Yeah. This is Gunbreaker, right? This is a really hot outfit. So why is it that it should only be restricted to Gunbreaker? Like, the weapons, I can completely understand the weapons being class specific, being job specific. Totally understood that. Totally get that. But the clothing, yeah, to me doesn't make any sense anymore. Absolutely, you need the fancy clothing. Paladin's stuff looks great. Look at the clothing on Paladin. Holy fuck. I'm waiting for some of the other stuff to show up. Machinist. Even Machinist. The Machinist clothing doesn't look bad. Right? It doesn't. The machine, like, hey, listen, you want to still look like, you know, a little sexy and this and the other thing, but you want to be a little bit more modest? Congratulations. Now you can mix and match Machinist with, you know, some of the other stuff. Cool. Dancer. Yep. Cries and what? Well, White Mage is coming up. Summoner. Look at Summoner. Summoner looks hot. Look at that. I mean, there's little skin here. There's, a little skin here. There's a little skin on the thigh. Like, I mean, this looks really good. By the way, with these videos, they do it all in alphabetical order, which is why White Mage is the last. There's Red Mage. Red Mage looks good. Black Mage. Look at Black Mage. Black Mage looks fucking cute as hell. You know what I mean? So like there's a ton of good stuff. Look at that. Holy fuck. Monk? God damn. Dragoon? I'm not crazy on the Dragoon one, but it's different. And I think you should be able to just mix and match. I think that's fantastic. This is all Omega Protocol Ultimate for Endwalker. Samurai. There's the Ninja. She looks gorgeous. Reaper. Oh. Who doesn't love a good Reaper? Love Reaper. Reaper's one of my favorite classes in the entire game. I can tank with Reaper. And not only can I tank, I can fucking main tank with Reaper. Not off tank. I can main tank with Reaper. Here's White Mage. Astrologian? Sage? Scholar. Yep. Or another one, if I remember correctly. What's this? Oh, yeah. So let me go here. I believe Desperius is the one who does all of them anyway. Videos. No, playlists. That's what I want. Warrior Guide, Elden Ring. No shit. 3 million gil. How long is your GCD? How long is your GCD? Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on. Let me do it this way. DSR Ultimate Gear. All mostly slap, and I'd love to be able to use them cross-class. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, Desperius again. Here we go. Dragon Song Reprise. Look at that! Paladin looks hot as fuck. Warrior, not surprised. There's Dark Knight. Ultimate Claymore of the Heavens. I want that sword so bad. Absolutely. 100%. Gunbreaker. The Gunbreaker, or the Gunblade looks amazing, too. Yep, there's Dragoon. Ultimate Halberd of the Heavens. Monk, but like you get the idea with this one because there's not much of a huge change. What's this, Dancer? I think it's gonna be, yeah, hang on. Ninja, Samurai, Reaper, gotta love Reaper, Bard, yeah, Dancer. I really wanted to like Machinist, but I could never get into it. Which is too bad. I initially really did like that stuff, but yeah, it didn't go well. So Dragon Song reply, oh, Futures Rewritten. I wonder how that is. Hang on. Let's take a look. I haven't seen that one. Futures Rewritten Ultimate Gear. Desperious. Okay, here we go. Let's see. What do they have? I've never seen any of this stuff before. Oh, that looks nice for Paladin. Holy fuck. Wow. I like that coat, too. There's Dark Knight. The ultimate Edenmorn Zweihander. That looks gorgeous. Battle Axe, Warrior. Makes sense. That looks cool. Don't make me resub before they fix it. Yep, Gunbreaker. God damn, the male version looks good too. Samurai. Well, okay, I'm not crazy about the samurai blade, but it does look kind of sweet, actually. It's the scabbard. The scabbard's weird for me on that one. The halberd, nice. I like the halberd, actually. There's Reaper. Yeah, I do too. Ninja. Even Ninja's outfit. Wow. That's Viper. Okay, there's Archer. Machinist. Machinist, wow, I never saw that before. Damn. Damn, Machinist. Okay. That's White Mage. Wearing Reen's outfit. Red Mage? Yeah, that's rapier, so Red Mage. Painter? Or not Painter, but you know what I mean. No, it is Painter, isn't it? I think it is, yeah. See, here's one thing that I'd really, really, really want, and I think it'd be amazing, to be able to get the boss outfits. I'd love to be able to get the boss outfits. You know what I mean? The boss outfits would be amazing. Ooh, shit. Gimme. Like right now. That's Sage. Astra got some love. Oh yeah. Now, let me see something here. Hang on. Best FFXIV Glam. Female. A year ago. Okay. The Ultimate Glam Guide for New and Broke Players. That's actually kind of funny. 14 fire glamours that drop in dungeons. Okay, that was a year ago.
Hi friends,
Hi.
Isaiah here. A lot of you guys really enjoyed my Glamour for New and Broke Players video and have been asking for more Glamour videos. So today I am going to be talking about some of the best dungeon glamours in the game, at least from my perspective.
Okay.
I picked out 14 pieces, which was kind of a perfect coincidence, and I'm going to be starting from the lowest levels to the highest levels. Before I
Okay.
get started, I want to tell you about some tools that you can use, some helpful resources. Specifically, we have this website called Eorzea Collection, and if you go to this website and you go over by gear sets at the top, and then you click entire sets, you'll see once you open that page, on the side of the page is content type, and there's all these different types of content. Please excuse my dog, he's barking in his sleep. There's all these different types of content that you can filter by, so if you just want to see dungeon glams, you can see that. If you just want to see raid glams, you can see that. So it's a really,
Never
really
seen that?
helpful
No, I
resource,
haven't seen
and
this
that way
one.
You can look through a lot of the different glamours that are available in the game, and then aside from this, you can also just go and look at glamours by role. So
That's
maybe you're
actually
looking for
really
tank
cool.
Glamours, maybe you want a glam for your dancer or your red mage or something. You can go and look for glamours for your role and even for your level, so you can get inspiration that way. It's a really, really helpful website.
That's
so I definitely
pretty sweet,
recommend
actually.
checking it out. Anyways, let's get started. So the first glamour that I want to share is from
Wow.
Desmil Darkhold, which is level 44.
Jesus
and
Christ.
It's the Coliseum gear. So this gear is not dyeable, and it's not going to be for everyone because it's a little spicy. But I personally really
It's a
like
little
it because
spicy?
I'm sure you've seen in my videos that I do tend to put my character in some revealing or saucy outfits. So it's very much up my alley. If you want a dyeable version of these, you can get the taffeta shawl, the taffeta loincloth, or the light steel Galeris and the light steel Subligar. You can buy these on the market board, but they're also craftable, so if you know how
Okay.
to craft, you can make them yourself.
That's not
Next,
bad.
we're moving up to level 47, and we're at Aurum Vale. I know a lot of people hate Aurum Vale, but I actually think there is some glam here that if you're at a lower level still, you might like. So specifically,
No, that's fair.
the Aurum War gear has the Aurum jacket. I think this jacket is really cool and could be mixed and matched to make some really, really cool glams, whether you are playing a tank or some other disciple of war.
Yep.
There actually are a lot of reskins of this jacket, but they're really not worth talking about because all of them are somehow uglier and do not dye well, so I'm not going to bother. As for the magic set, which is for any disciple of magic,
That
there
magic
is
set looks
the
great.
Aurum Temple Chain, the Aurum Smalls, and the Aurum Tossable, which is the dress. I will say the dress isn't my preferred style, but I do know that a lot of people do like this dress, which is why I decided to include it. The smalls I really like because they're booty shorts and they can be nice to put under dresses.
They're
if you
booty
just
shorts.
want to have
Nice.
a clean leg. And maybe you also don't like having underwear under your dresses because when your character like runs or is on certain mounts, they end up flashing people and you prefer to have some shorts under there. These could be it. And the temple chain I think just works for so many glams as like a very simple but charming headpiece. Now all of these have reskins. So we have the Capronical Temple Chain, the Ruby Cotton Smalls, and the Ruby Cotton Chasuble.
All the
These are
booty
all level
shorts.
62. They're all dyeable, and they all come from any merchant in the Ruby Sea or in Yangsha.
That's cool.
Another reskin of these are the Valerian Shaman's Temple Chain, the Valerian Shaman's Smalls, and the Valerian Shaman Chasuble. These all come from Neverreap or the Fractal Continuum, which is at level 60, and these are also all dyeable. All right, and now we're moving up to level 63. The Shisui
sir?
gear from Shisui of the Violet Tides.
Somebody
I have to say,
cut
my
most of your
personal
pants
favorites
off.
for these are the Scouting, Fending, and Healing. I just think that they have the best colors. The casting one's not bad either, though. These are another kind of revealing glam.
The
so it's
striking
not
one
really
is
for
nice.
everyone, but I do think the headpieces are really cute because they're these,
And the
like,
healing
little
and the
flowery
scouting.
ribbons in your hair. So that could be something that maybe everybody would like. These unfortunately aren't dyeable, but there is
The casting
a
is
very
really nice,
similar
too.
reskin to this. So the reskin is called the Eastern Fairgoers Attire, and it is available in the Mog Station for $5. Sometimes it goes on sale though, and then it's about $3.50.
I would never buy that. Somebody cut his pants off. Kind of.
The Eastern Fairgoers attire is from a past event. I believe it's the summer one. So if you want to find it on sale, you'll definitely be able to find it whenever the summer event comes around again, which I think is usually August. Am I wrong? Somebody correct me in the comments. Next, we are moving up to level 70, and we have this Scalic gear from the Drowned City of Scala. These are a crowd favorite. I know
It's called, no, they're not chaps. They're not chaps at all. Chaps are literally like the crotchal region and the ass. And that's it. He was missing like the whole thigh and calf area.
Really like this gear, and it actually did get reskinned in Endwalker, and it got reskinned into the Snow Linen and then Saiga skin. The reskin version comes out of the level 84 Phrygian coffer, but it can also be purchased from the Junkmongers in Mare Lamentorum or Palaka's stand. So if you don't have that coffer, which I'm pretty sure you get
fashion chaps, oh god.
Endwalker, but if you don't have that, you didn't keep it, or you just want the whole set, you are able to get that from the Junkmongers. The main difference between these is just that they die differently, so you'll have to look at both and see which one you like better. Obviously, if you're at level 70 though, the Scalic gear is going to be your only option. Alright, next we are moving on
That's
to
nice.
level 75 to
Wow.
the Kitana Ravel. The gear that comes from here is called the Ravel Keeper gear. All of this stuff is dyeable, and I think a lot of these are pretty solid. Like basically across the board, I think these glams are pretty cool. And actually, I would say that the gloves for the healer is something that I have used so many times in the game. It's really cool. A lot of the gloves are really cool because they have like these tattoos on them. Overall, a very solid set. Jumping a few levels again to
Wow.
level 80, we
Holy
have the
shit.
warp gear that comes from the Grand Cosmos. This stuff is unfortunately undyeable, but I think it is pretty cool looking. A lot of people seem to like the wolf hats that come from it. I personally really like the clawed gloves. I think those are really cool. So if this is your style, then you're probably going to really like these. Funnily enough, I really wish that they had these tops without the bushy tail at the back. I think I would love it so much then. Except I really like the aiming one the best. Like the healing ones are the only, like healing and casting are the only ones without the tail, but they just aren't as cute because I really like the sort of like, I just like the little exposure, like crisscross crop top moment, okay?
The bushy
And of
tail
course,
does look
my
nice, though.
healer doesn't have that, but it's okay. The boots and the pants are pretty cool. Sticking around at level 80,
That
we
is
have the
very
heirloom gear,
red.
which comes from Matoya's Relict. I honestly think most of these look great, especially fending, maiming, casting, and healing. The other ones are kind of meh. And these are actually dyeable reskins of some
Oh, the fending
level
looks nice.
73 gear that came from Don Meg. The Don
I
Meg
liked the
gear is
fending. That
called
looked really nice.
Prototype.
Even the
It's not
aiming
dyeable.
looks
I will
really
say
good.
that Don Meg has some
There's
really cool
healing.
weapons, the Fey weapons, but that's not what this video is about. I do prefer the heirloom gear though because it is dyeable, and I think the healer and caster ones are really cute. Still at level 80, we have the Paglethon gear, which is from Paglethon. Unfortunately, this is
Aiming is
undyeable,
nice.
but I really like the designs of this gear. I think it looks really cool for every class.
Scouting looks nice.
Defending and maiming, but maybe some people like it. It's just
Actually,
not for me, but
casting looks
all the
really
other
good,
ones
too.
Are really cool, so of course they had to make this list. Next, we're going to move up a level
Oh,
to the
shit.
Minucia gear, which comes from the Tower of Zot. So this is level 81. I think these designs are really cool across the board, and I know this is
Yeah, they
another
are.
one that a lot of people really liked. These two are also reskins of the Bone Wicca gear that comes from Swallow's Compass, which is level 70. So if you like this gear, you can get it at a bit lower of a level. I kind of like the Minucia better, but again, it really is just a difference of them dyeing differently. I think that the Minucia gear keeps more parts dark when it's dyed, and it seems to have like more silver mixed in with the gold, but it's really up to you which one you like better. Both of them come from dungeons, both of them are dyeable, and they all are the same. They look the same except for how they dye. Next, moving on to level 85, we have the Palaka gear from Vanaspati. I will say I don't personally love the whole set. I really like the top. I think the tops for each roll look really good, and I like the shoes. I think a lot of
The tops are nice for like the guys and the ladies across the board, but the pants they've always had a problem with the Palaka stuff.
really solid shoes. But I do know that I'm not alone with liking the top. I've definitely seen other people wearing this, so another good thing about it is it's dyeable. Alright, and finally we are getting into level 90, starting with the Catisios gear from Tissus Hyperborea. I don't know how to say that. These are really cool. I think the fending one is the coolest. Probably fending and maiming are the best. I will say the other ones aren't necessarily in my style, except they do have like to die for leggings for the healer. You see those leggings, you know that's totally Itheria, okay? I like stuff that's a little saucy, and these are great. Now this is also a reskin. These are a reskin of the Shadowless gears from the level 80 dungeon called Hero's Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, both versions are undyeable, and once again, it's just a difference in the coloring. I think the Catisios ones look cooler because they're kind of like black and silver, or kind of like just very dark and kind of like charcoal silvery kind of metallic trim to them, where the other ones are more colorful. So again, it's going to depend on your preference, but I think if you're going for an edgy look, definitely the Catisios ones. Either way, they're both very cool. All right, moving on, we have the Darbar gear from Alzadal's Legacy. Once again, we're at level 90, and everything beyond this is going to be level 90 as well.
Okay.
I used one of the tops on one of my bunny boys in a video a long time ago, and I had so many people asking me what it was. It's kind of funny because I think when you look at the whole set, you might be put off and be like, oh, I don't know how I can make that good. But if you try just like one or two pieces from it, you might really like it. And I'll also have a glam using this at the end, because I really do think that this is a good set. If you like the healer one, I think you would also like the Alliance healing set that comes from the Gimlet Dark at level 70. It's not a reskin, but it is very similar in vibe, especially the top. So just something to think about, to look at. So now let's move on. We've only got 2 left. Next, we have Troyan gear from the Fell Court of Troya. This stuff is undyeable, unfortunately. My favorite one is, once again, fending.
Yeah, fending looks good.
Coloring on the fending, I think, is better.
Aiming,
overall, these are
I'm not
really
entirely sure what happened with aiming, but dear sweet baby Jesus.
cool, though, and I think if you like a spooky kind of glam, I think you actually would really like the healing casting aiming ones. And I actually do quite like the gloves on the healing ones, although I've not quite yet found a glam for them. I just think they're really cool. So I definitely think this could be somebody's vibe. These are definitely very cool, kind of like edgy style, but I really, really like the fending one, which is why I definitely had to put it in here. And finally,
No, you want to know what this is? This glam right here. This glam right here is all my clothes somehow got caught inside, in between the drum and the belt of the dryer. That's what this glam is.
These are definitely very cool, kind of like edgy style, but I really, really like the fending one, which is why I definitely had to put it in here. And finally, the 14th and last dungeon gear recommendation that I have as glamour is the Void Moon gear that comes from the Lunar Subterrane. Now, this is also a
see, these all look good.
This is a reskin of the level 80 Exarchic gear, which was a
these all look really, really nice.
It's not the kind of crafted where it's just glam, it's level 1. It was a gear set that you would have actually worn in Shadowbringers and done like raiding and battling and stuff with. So you do have to be level 80 if you like the Exarchic gear better.
Healing looks really nice.
These ones are actually more similar in how they die, but I think the main difference is the accents. But if you like this gear, then you can either purchase it crafted or craft it yourself as the Exarchic gear, or you can go to the Lunar Subterrane and get the Void Moon gear as a drop. Okay, so those are all of my recommendations, and I decided to just put together a couple glams with only pieces that I mentioned in this video. So the first glamour I have is for healers, and it makes use of the Pegalthon chest wrap of healing as sort of the main piece. And then for the gloves, I also use the ones from Pegalthon. They're the Pegalthon finger wraps of healing. For the pants, which you can't really see, I used the Caticios Bottoms of Healing, but the shadowless ones would be fine too. I mainly just wanted the bottoms to be something that you wouldn't really see, because I just feel like for this outfit, I kind of wanted the top to almost be like a dress, or like, it looks like a crop top and a skirt basically, so I just didn't feel the need for there to be like pants underneath. I didn't really want like real pants, so these hide really well, because with the boots that I paired them with, they basically just become underwear. And the boots that I chose were the Ravel Keepers Sandals of Healing. I feel like they kind of have the same vibe as the Peggle Fawn outfit does, and I did decide to dye those the general purpose dark brown. And then for the headpiece, I used the Aurum temple chain because, again, I felt like it matched the vibe of the outfit. Now, sometimes, because I've made an outfit similar to this in the past, and sometimes I'll choose to dye the boots sort of like a blue shade to match the blue in like the ropes.
That still works.
I think one time I even did almost like a sort of purple color, because to me the top almost, it's like brown, but it almost like skews a little purple. It's kind of hard to explain. But
Let's go to the next one.
It's a much more
Oh, that's cute.
Style.
Yeah, that's
So
cute.
for this one, I went with the Heirloom Tunic of Healing, and I dyed it rose pink. Here I used the Aurum Smalls because I decided that I really wanted her legs free. However, I also think that this looks pretty good with the Scolic Bottoms of Healing, or the Snow Linen ones, dyed the same rose pink. I think that actually looks pretty nice too, but for me, I was just feeling the bare leg a little bit more, so I chose those Aurum Smalls because they kind of just hide under the top and make the top look more like a dress, like a cute little frilly dress. And then for the boots, I went with the Palaka Pumps of Healing, again dyed rose pink. And for the headpiece, I went with the Void Moon Circlet of Healing. I don't really know why they call it a circlet. It kind of just looks like two little crystals above your eyebrows, but I dyed that rose pink as well, and I think it just looks nice. I also added some earrings to this. I didn't really mention earrings or necklaces or rings or anything much, well, at all in the video, because I'm stupid. But these earrings are the Darbar earrings of Healing from Alzadal's Legacy, and then I did put the heirloom ring on her finger just for fun. But in general, I feel like some of my favorite accessories are not necessarily from dungeons, so maybe someday I can make a separate video that is specifically about the accessories and which accessories are, I think, the cutest in the game, because I think that could be its own video. And yeah, anyways, that's that outfit. Oh, and for the gloves, I decided to do nothing because there wasn't anything that I found that I really liked. So
that's
just
fair.
FYI. If I wasn't dedicated to having this be only dungeon drops, I probably would use something like the false nails that come from the Atlanta tribe.
One more here.
Okay, and finally on to
Oh, that's
our
nice.
male character, and no longer a healer. We're doing fending. I've chosen for the top the Darbar Jacket of Fending, dyed soot black. Tell me
Yeah,
if this
see, that's
top
nice.
doesn't look really cool now that it's like not part of the whole Darbar outfit. I know sometimes that one can be a little much for people, but I feel like a lot of the Darbar tops are actually really good. For the hands, I chose the
TheOrziaCollection.com. Oh, yeah, I'll have to check that out.
I dyed Snow White. For the legs, I went with the Void Moon Hose of Fending, also dyed soot black. And then for the boots, I went with the Heirloom Greaves of Fending, and these I didn't dye because I felt like the color kind of like worked already, so I just left them undyed. As for the helm, there wasn't anything that really spoke to me with this outfit. I feel like the Troyan Circlet of Fending is okay, but personally, I would probably just leave it hatless.
Yeah.
All right, so those are 14 of the best glams that drop in dungeons.
Okay.
And a few that I made to show that you can make glams completely.
You know what?
out of
I'm going to
stuff
subscribe to her.
and look good. If you have a favorite dungeon glam that I didn't
Go like the
mention,
video.
I would love to hear it in the comments. Please consider leaving a...
This was done a year ago, but seriously, go like the video. It looks like she's got some really good stuff. So that is going to be it for me, but we did get through a lot today. We got some news. We got some news out of the way. We got the PC game show out of the way, and we got the Xenosis stuff out of the way. It is 1 a.m. already. Yeah, it is. Later on today, I really would like to get to that Elden Ring video and see if it changes my mind. So maybe that's the first thing we'll do. I'm not entirely sure. But either way, we'll get to it, and then I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do after that. But I do want to thank everybody for being here and for hanging out and for watching. We had Medicine, we had Aylin, we had Sophia, Spectre was here, Corgi was here, Itzy was here. Yeah, we had a bunch of awesome people. Flynn was here as well. So yeah, it was fun. It was a good day. But that is going to be it for me. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I will see you all later on today. But until I do, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And of course, the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on today. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. I'm out. Take care. Bye, guys.